Well, good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into the Delta Force Invitational, folks. We are here. It is finals day, and we're in the amazing stadium here in China. I'm Goj, this is Taylor Reflections Noble, and this will be, I believe, our 7th best of 6. We are about to cast for the finals. It has been long, it's been incredible, and I am so excited about what's to come.
Without a doubt, we're here in Hangzhou, and it's been such a blessing to not only experience the culture, but witness the best of the best play for Delta Force, right? Specifically when it comes to operations. This stage, by the way, we walked in last night after a grueling 11-hour stream, and had a chance to really just embrace it and take it in. And we didn't realize how big the stage was until somebody walked out to do a bit of a rehearsal right in the middle.
They look like an ant.
And they look like an ant. I am blown away at the scale of this event.
Yeah, you can see a lot behind us. We've had show matches all throughout the day. There's a lot going on outside as well. A bunch of exhibits, helicopters, tanks,
literally
cosplayers from all over the world.
An actual, by the way, tank that is to scale, by the way. It's massive.
It's crazy here. This stadium is packed out already, and we haven't even gotten started yet, folks. It is going to be an unbelievable day. And again, a single best of 6. It's going to be amazing. But our opening ceremony is about to get started. Let's head to it.
战争从未结束。哈福克用一座军械库捏住了这片荒漠的咽喉，引发的战争将这座城市变成废墟。设法利用技能突破正对入口的哨卡，装甲和战机组成的先头部队即将发起突击。命令非常明确，让这群强盗永远消失。
掉皮掉肉不掉队。
結束啦！我的剑下没有秘密。
外骨骼启动！
有我在，算你命好。
这次我会保住所有人。制造一点恐慌吧。
跟他们打个招呼。
有人的耳膜炸了！
先走一步。
猎鹰升空。 命中目标。
谈判失败了，战争让禁区千疮百孔。哈斯克渴望赋予其全新面貌，但 GTI 显然想让硝烟在此地永不熄灭。他们宣称要重新定义这片荒漠的秩序。无需冒进，先借助哨卡给敌人当头一击，随后利用公路两侧建筑和防御工事拖住他们。坦克部队将穿梭阵地碾碎敌人的野心。真理只在导弹射程之内。注意，敌军来袭，全员开战！
击倒目标。
走！医疗兵，帮帮我！自己在哪儿？我起来！
箭幕覆盖。
目标倒地！危险清除！
有坦克保持移动。
战略线标已部署。不好，导弹来袭！
通讯正常，摄像头运作正常。
正在监视宾客动向。
I don't know just where we're going. I don't need your light. I'm holding on for a better life. stay warm tonight, knowing what's to come. Sun is rising, I'll be rising up. I'll have had enough. Into the dark I cannot see, I wonder what will come of me. Into the dark side of belief, I'll keep you there. Into the dark I cannot see, I wonder what will come of me. Into the dark side of belief, I'll meet you there. I don't know just where we're going. I don't need your light, I'm holding on for a better life, on for a better love. Whoa, I'll stay white, knowing what's to come. Sun is rising, I'll be rising up. I'll have had enough. Into the dark I cannot see, I wonder what'll come of me. Into the dark side of belief, I'll keep you there. Into the dark I cannot see, I wonder what'll come of me. Into the dark side of belief, I'll meet you there. Into the dark side of belief, I'll keep you there.
真巧，我准备了玫瑰。
Oh, I need you there. Into the dark I cannot see, I wonder what'll come of me.
MG Bonnie Gary Enwei
INK Baby B Huzhou Too Easy
FN HR Flourish USB
ESG Liu Yun Fujiang DT
MBA Budo Skyte Juvenile
Q9 Kid 魔果然
象征着总决赛席位的曼德尔专现已归位，谁能用信念与荣光破译出这终极荣耀，捧起2025烽火世界杯总决赛的冠军奖杯？我们拭目以待。
We walk toward the world. The world walks toward us. We've journeyed this far. How could we be named?
Ну, в первую очередь, мне интересен сам процесс, мне интересно участвовать в турнирах против очень опытных игроков. Мне не важно, какой будет результат. Главное, чтобы моя семья гордилась с нами.
双端是勇敢者的奖励。
战略这里的应该就是
Это яркие моменты, это не только талант, но и большая проделанная работа с именами. постараемся сделать так, чтобы мы запомнили эту поездку на всю нашу жизнь.
我觉得我们就是最强的，我们的目标是冠军，也只会拿冠军。这里是我们的主场。
วิธีรักษาความตั้งใจก็คืออย่างที่เรามาถึงจุดนี้ได้ เรานับว่าเป็นประสบการณ์ที่ดีครับ แล้วก็ไม่เสียใจที่ได้เข้ามาแข่งที่นี่ครับ ความชอบเป็นแรงผลักดันและเหตุผล
I'm putting in the work. I'm putting together the team, training every single day to be better, and I think I'm just simply putting in more work than everybody else. I will prove that this stage will never let anyone down that works hard.
看向魔来到这个起点，不相信是比较劣势。打丢两个，打丢了，全部团结。NBA with the ball clear. And the food is pulling Tower of Babel in Reservoir, and they're catching SDS in there. 没问题，瞬间完成 F 的面对。One is meaningful. They wipe out ISG, but they're not done just yet. They're going to
Good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into the 2025 Delta Force Invitational. I'm Goj, this is Taylor Reflections Noble, and we are back. It's day 3, man. One single best of 6. It's finals day.
It is finals day. The first ever Operation Global Champion will be crowned by the end of our potential 6 games. Goj, this stadium has blown me away. I didn't know what I was expecting, but this wasn't it. This is incredible, beyond expectations. It is beautiful. I know chat was loving the intro. The fans are getting involved. It's going to be a wild day.
Well, we got to talk about the rules, folks. You're just tuning in for the finals. You tuned in on a good day, but you've missed 6 best of 6s. Now, the way this works, leading up to this stage, all the teams had to qualify, and we've gotten down to the final 6 teams. But our rules are all about those mantle bricks, baby. If a team is able to decode 2 mantle bricks over the course of 6 games, they will win the tournament outright and be the champion of the Delta Force Invitational. That can happen as early as round 4. We have 4 total mantle brick rounds. Of course, that is rounds 2, 4, 5, and 6. On round 1, we will start on Zero Dam, and that will be an airdrop round. Round 3 as well on Brackish, an airdrop round. However, round 2 and round 4, if the same team decodes those mantle bricks, it's a huge feat. But we've seen it done multiple times in this competition, and of course that means they win outright on round 4, and we don't even play round 5 and 6. This will be our map rotation. It's been the same map rotation since the very beginning of not only the last 2 days, but all of our online qualifying series. So I'm really pumped to see all 6 matches of these. So Taylor, I gotta say, to start things off as we get into it, we got to Space City several times.
That's right.
But the fact that we haven't seen round 6 ever happen, it's been
insane.
4 or 5 on land is crazy. Now, the way this works in terms of starting supply, it's all customs, of course, but these players are going to be playing like pubs. If you lose your gear, then you lose your gear. It doesn't come back to you in any way. Every player does start with a million Technic alloy to get their kits going at the beginning of the tournament. They have a 3x3 safe box as well that works the same way as it normally does. There is also a 12-slot card holder. They get all the cards they need to be able to play the maps. After every round, the players and the teams will get compensated for just basic fixed round supply to make sure they're not broke. But the big one is that every single elimination, every kill, nets that team an extra 400,000 Technic alloy. A huge boon. You wipe a full team, that's 1.2 mil going straight to the bank. Now, in terms of what you can buy, we have our pre-match phase. That's before round 1. You can only buy level 3 or below ammo, level 4 below helmet and armor, level 5 and below repair kits. Everything else is good to go. For round 2, we scale up a little bit. You notice round 2 is a super important one. That is a Mandel Brick round, and as you can tell, you can get level 5 gear, but only level 4 ammo. So the folks that can afford level 5 gear absolutely are going to have an advantage in round 2. Of course, a little bit of risk there. If you die, if you don't make it out, even with that advantage, you do lose all of that gear. You can get level 6 repair kits as well. And then we scale up from there. You can get level 5 ammunition selection pack. Now, on the special rules, you can never get a level 6 helmet. You can't purchase them. You can only find them in airdrops or otherwise. And the other big one is that in those airdrops, the second airdrop of each of the maps that have airdrops on them, you can get an AWM. And that is the only way you can get AWM ammo as well. So pay attention to those airdrops. They are super important. Another key factor about the Mandel Bricks are a couple timers that I want to break down. First and foremost, when you grab a Mandel Brick, you will only have 5 minutes. That's what we call the torch timer to put it into a decoding station. If you ever lose it, if it gets to a place nobody can pick up, or you just simply can't get to a decoding station in time, it will respawn. Now, at the very beginning of the map, on a Mandel Brick round, it doesn't spawn immediately. 2 minutes and 45 seconds until anybody can pick up that Mandel Brick. So those are the main timers. The other big one, though, is once you start the decoding, it is a 4-minute timer. Every time it is stolen, it will reset 30 seconds faster, 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes, etc., even if you sit there decoding for 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Now, the other key rules that, if you haven't been paying attention, maybe you've missed, every team can only use each operator twice. This is a super important rule, so you don't just stack your favorite operators every single time. You better be good at all of them, especially if we go to round 6. If a team uses Stinger, for instance, they use 2 operators, 2 Stingers in the very first round, you will not see that team use Stinger ever again in this best of 6. Really cool stuff. You're going to see Tempest as well with our update. We got a lot of operators to choose from, but those run out quick. The other key rule is our spawn system. We have 6 spawns that are dedicated, and they are tiered, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. You cannot get a Tier 1 spawn in back-to-back rounds, so we'll continue to break that down as we get into the games. Now, as we take a look at our operator combos here, some of the operator choices that people have been using, take a look at our Zero Dim operator combo. We've got, I believe that's Hatclaw, D-Wolf, and Viren, and they have an 80% extraction rate with that combo. Pretty interesting stat, but look on the right-hand side, on Brackish, Saniva, D-Wolf, Hatclaw, anytime a team has used that operator combo, they have gotten out of the map 100% of the time. That's kind of insane.
It is insane. Sanivas, we knew were going to be very impactful coming into the competition. And when you think about Mandel Brick Round specifically, you want to utilize the Saniva as well as you possibly can. It's been big, it really has. Now, D-Wolf, by the way, has been insurmountable, especially if you start thinking in regards to Mo, right, from the side of Q9. Using a D-Wolf, he's been brutal with it. The Triple Blaster is beautiful. Now, it is going to be fun to watch what operator combos, though, find success today. I believe people, or at least the competitors, especially if they haven't played too much, have been holding back what makes them successful.
Yeah, and here's a couple more of those operator comps, if you will. We see a Stinger, Uluru, Tempest, and 50% of the time that has been used, a Mandel Brick has been decoded successfully. That's an interesting stat as well. Brackish, all of these on Brackish. You can see on the far right-hand side, Shepard, D-Wolf, Uluru. When this comp is chosen, an average of only 0.9 million is extracted with in terms of total loot value. That's bad.
Gio, I want to, by the way, I want to say Tempest is beautifully used, but it's not used enough in my honest opinion. I'm expecting today during the finals for those who haven't been utilizing Tempest to the fullest extent to maybe utilize it today. Allure, by the way, we knew it was going to be powerful. We heard it even from the competitors going into the, of course, LAN events on day 1 and day 2, and it has been wonderful to see. Allure has to be used properly, but if you don't use it properly, you get wiped out early with it, it's a total waste.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning about Tempest, Allure, and some of these operator comps is that we have moved forward 1 patch, okay? So if you watched our online qualification series and maybe you're just tuning in for the finals, you didn't watch the last 2 days, Tempest is available in our tournament server now, which is really cool, and Allure has gotten his buff. So you're 100% right, Taylor. Allure has been a big factor in a lot of teams. Some of these stats, though, on the left-hand side, we've got Luna, Allure, and Toxic. 40% Mandel Brick decoding success. Not too shabby overall when that is chosen. And then over there on Space City, for all of these, we've got an extraction rate of Luna, Allure, Stinger, 42%. Now, this is an interesting stat for a couple reasons. Namely, that comp right there on Space City is gotta be used like 90% of the time. Almost every team that we've seen play this competition over the last 2 days has been saving this comp, at least one of each of these operators, for Space City. When we get to Space City, and we assuredly will at least one time, potentially and hopefully 2 or even 3 times, that comp will be seen by probably every single team. We know why. There's a really long sight lines. You've got to have smokes and information, and what better way to get information than shooting Luna Recon arrows and, frankly, Aluru's missile as well.
Exactly.
Let alone his incendiaries, mollies, whatever you want to call them. The fire damage from his lethals are unbelievably oppressive and have been difference makers going into Space City.
But don't say you can only use them twice. You can only use
That's
them
right.
twice. We've got 4 Mandelbrick rounds. We start talking about our players. K1DE has been sensational coming out from the Q9 side, qualifying alongside that of Mandelbrick Addiction from day number 1. We haven't seen them, right? At least in the past 3 series that we've had. But he, we know, can make big, impactful plays. He knows how to come in with a very little amount of loot, but still make big, impactful plays, which is going to be beneficial, especially if they find themselves into the blender early on.
Yeah, and I want to talk about some of these stats as we kind of cycle through these players and these teams. Q9 is the #1 seed going into this because of what you just said. They got here on day 1. They didn't even play yesterday. Yesterday were the eliminations rounds. They got one of the 2 spots straight to finals, and it was namely because of this guy. Rush rate is an interesting stat. It is based on your ability to win 1v multiple situations. Even if you're last alive, it is how good are you in some of those firefights when you're at a disadvantage. And look at what Skydie's numbers are. This guy is maybe one of the most balanced players on this entire battlefield, and I gotta say Skydie is a favorite to watch for a lot of people at home.
Skydie's incredible. We had a chance to interview him going into his final series when he ended up qualifying, and he just was pure dedication. I mean, we're talking about a 2.83 KD. He is the highest when it comes to all of the players competing. That even includes the 12 that were competing yesterday. Plus, he's one of our rare Tempest players.
On paper, this is the best player in the lobby based on stats over the first day. And again, Mandelbrick Addiction was a team from Europe that shocked the world on day 1, beating out everybody besides Q9, also getting a spot straight to finals. But we move on to ESG, which going into the competition, this was the top seed. They won the China Regional Finals. They qualified to this position in LAN over Q9 originally, but Q9 got the better of them later with Mandelbrick Addiction. ESG started slow but finished hot, and Fu Zhang was definitely a difference maker.
I love Fu Zhang. I mean, this man knows how to make incredible plays, and on top of that, he knows how to penetrate sites. That's where he's going to find the most impact, the #1 when it comes to that stat line. Watch out for him. If Fu Zhang is on the map, he's going in for a Mandelbrick. More often than not, he's going to find success. If he's trying to penetrate, for example, the Tower of Babel or the S-tier loot, he's going to find success. You got to shut this man down in all regards, and you cannot allow him to get to the site early on, because if you do, you might get shut down.
Well, super interesting that we go straight to Fallen, because Flarich was a difference maker for Fallen, yes, but this team as a whole is one that a lot of folks are scared of if you're competing in this competition. A lot of teams were scouting this squad, and they said, how did they get here? What are they doing? What's their play style? And namely, Flarich, their IGL, is a huge difference maker for the team. He's got the #2 extraction rate overall throughout the course of this competition, and #3 KD. This guy plays the game extremely well. Now, you might be asking the question, what is EDC rate? This is a stat that some of these players have had a really high number on. Flarich's rate is based on the amount of loot value you're bringing in versus the damage you're putting out. So if you bring in cheap gear and put up crazy number damage, that's going to go hugely up into the stratosphere. And if you bring in really expensive gear and do medium damage, it's going to be a low number. Flarich is middle of the pack because these guys always have a crazy amount of cash.
And I want to point something out, by the way. #3 when it comes to KD, Skydie #1. When we talk about EU, they know how to slay out because traditionally their region is highly aggressive. But speaking of aggression, Inc. solidifying their spot in the last moment. Double Mandelbrick, also the boogeyman for STS, knocking them down a peg, bringing MG up to play on that very stage today. Killzall is huge and very vocal on the roster. This man knows how to get two pieces. He knows how to stay alive. But when he's alone on the map, he is unleashed and set free to slay out.
Yeah, and some of these numbers that he's top of the charts on, rush rate, obviously, number 3. One of the reasons for that, the other thing that's calculated in rush rate is those first bloods. Also the 1v multiple situations. Killzall's the guy they leave on the map and they go, hey, we're going to get out with our lead. You go figure it out, man. Go get your kills. Killzall's that guy, and he's been able to do it in an insane fashion. And you're right, harkening back to yesterday and what this guy was able to accomplish, what this team was able to accomplish, a brand new team coming into today with a lot of momentum. And rounding out our rosters, this is such an interesting player and an interesting team.
Right.
MG barely made it here, and it's what you just mentioned. Yes, on the back of this player right here, but also on the back of Inc. wiping STS even after they had earned their spot to finals because NA was trying to style on them. Wiping STS put MG up above. Yesterday was electric. I can only imagine today with Onigiri is going to be even more so.
It takes an army to win a war. It was Bonnie who was able to get that extraction and then ultimately STS eliminated. That's why they're here. But Onigiri, we're consistently saying this man's name. And the reason why is because he knows how to make plays even if he doesn't necessarily have the best loot. That's why his EDC rate is number 3. Now, Onigiri, just like Killzall, is a player that can be left alone on the map, and more often than not, he is. And he can still pick up an additional elimination, which, let's not forget, is now 400,000. That's pure profits. Onigiri knows how to get it. Now, this guy, by the way, in even some of our last fights in map number 4 yesterday when Inc. ended up eliminating STS, was staying alive as long as he could and picking up those valuable elims. MG didn't qualify by very much. Onigiri was the reason why, alongside that, Abani and, of course, Envy, why MG is here today.
Yeah, and the thing about MG is that, and Inc., frankly, is that they were roller coaster teams. There were moments where you're like, wow, this might be the best team here. And then other moments you're like, man, they are lost right now. And the real question I have for both of these two squads who looked really good in our last round, lower round 2, they got the final 2 spots to land. They're on this stage because of one single best of 6, basically.
Right.
The question is, what team do we get from them? Do we get the Inc. from upper round 1, upper round 2? Do we get the Inc. from lower round 2? That is a totally different squad. Same question for MG. Onigiri is going to have to carry a heavy load, but I absolutely think that they can do it.
I want to, by the way, point out MG, as far as every other roster on that stage goes, has played the most Delta Force on land so far, okay? They had to play all 6 best of 6s to get to this point. They started yesterday playing first off, and they ended up getting 3rd and 4th, therefore, or excuse me, 3rd and 4th, or 1st and 2nd, my bad, excuse me, going into the 2nd best of 6, but they fell short, just like STS did, and therefore had to qualify in the last best of 6 that we had. That was a grueling testament to who MG is. And you mentioned roller coaster teams just like Inc. That valuable end experience on day 2, in my opinion, was absolutely necessary for them to potentially find success on that stage. If they qualify day 1, maybe having that, peak of the roller coaster performance, maybe they go onto that LAN or they go onto that very stage and they underperform.
Sure.
But because they got that valuable additional experiences in the 2 or the 3 additional best of 6s that they had yesterday in their competition, plus now they're well rested.
Sure, yeah.
I think they're going to be coming in even stronger today.
Look, folks, we did 3 best of 6s yesterday, 3 best of 6s before that. We went from group stage to upper bracket to lower bracket round 2. It was a grueling process. For us, we're just having a dang good time up here.
We are.
But for the players, that is a lot of Delta Force. And for some of these teams, they desperately needed it. I want to talk about the qualification process, not just from the last 2 days. There were regional finals, regional qualifiers for every single one of these regions. And every region looked a little bit different. The one that was the most significant, though, China mainland. That regional qualifier with ESG and Q9 coming out of it ended in a LAN event to get to this stage. There's over 30 plus orgs all competing for these 2 spots. And what's wild is, yes, they're 2 of the top teams, absolutely 2 of the top teams that could even get 1st and 2nd. But EU is looking extremely strong, even though their qualification series was maybe a bit smaller. I'm looking at Fallen and Mantle Brick Addiction to shock the world on main stage.
Well, you said it over the past couple of days. A lot of the teams, specifically ESG Q9, are researching specifically Fallen. They expected Fallen to be that #1 EU team. Of course, they're going to research all the other rosters too. But specifically for Fallen, that was a tremendous threat in the eyes of China. Again, one of the regarded as the best region. After all, we are in China. ESG, Q9 are the home teams. When they walked out on that stage, the crowd erupted. They want those two rosters to win, but like you said, EU might be a thorn in their side. Now, for Mandelbrick addicts, their route to get to this point was very interesting because you were casting the qualifiers, I believe with TIFF, if I'm not mistaken, and even if Vivid had a little bit of a portion in it. One of the things about Mandelbrick Addiction is they qualified by getting double Mandelbrick extractions in the last 2 games. Before that, they weren't even really a massive talking point as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good shout. I mean, this is a team, and Fallen, for instance, that frankly have just been in the lab, man. I mean, they've been prepping like crazy. They've been running scrims. They've been running scenarios. One team has a coach, one team does not. Mandelbrick Addiction is here and just vibing, man. They feel really good about their playstyle, and so do I. Like, we were making the joke yesterday, or actually 2 days ago, because they didn't even play yesterday, that the name of their team is very well earned.
High expectations.
It was kind of a joke. It was like, hey, in American football, it'd be like calling your team the people who get touchdowns. It's like, what? Like, a crazy team name, but it really has been the case for them. They have always found their way to a Mandelbrick. And another fun, interesting stat about the last 6 best of 6s that we've casted is that not a single team made it to this stage. Not a single team got a Mandelbrick that didn't make it to this stage.
That's right.
If you get a Mandelbrick, you're on land right now. You're in a stadium. There's thousands of people in this stadium all around, all getting food, having a good time, cheering. It's going to be insane, and it's because you got a Mandelbrick. That's it. So this format is really, really important to understand, is that if you want to be a top 2 team, you've got to have a Mandelbrick.
We had a chance to actually run into AKA outside. We were roaming around because, the stadium is incredible, but even outside is even better. We're talking about the cosplayers of all the operators, Tier 1 cosplayers, mind you, professionals. I hope you enjoyed that stage when they were doing the intro. It blew me away. But when we were talking to AKA, one of the talking points specifically was the Mandelbricks, getting the Mandelbricks early on, getting the extraction early. Not a lot of teams were contesting. They mentioned the new meta naturally. When you, at least over the last 2 days, right, in our 6 best of 6s, the team that was able to secure the Mandelbrick early on most likely had a tremendous successful route in order to decoding the Mandelbrick. Nobody would challenge them. I expect that to be different today, but one thing is for certain. If history repeats itself, you need to be one of the first rosters that can get in cleanly, pick up the Mandelbrick, start decoding it, because chances are high you get the decode without anybody else contesting you.
Yeah, it is an advantage for sure to at least start it because you can set up the earliest, most likely. It kind of depends on what map we're playing, and we'll get into the minutia of that. I do like that play. I was using the phrase fortune favors the bold a lot over the last 2 days. I'm going to start coining it, maybe put it on the shirt. FFTB, I think, is what that would be. But no, it's absolutely been the case. Now, the key difference maker, though, about the last 2 days, it's really important to remember that there were qualification spots. And so you had teams that didn't even have a Mandelbrick or had one that were letting another team get a brick on purpose so that they hit the qualification spot. Today, that is not the case. It is 6 teams all battling it out for $500,000. So you want first, you want second, you want third, you want as high as you could possibly get up this list to make the most money. And you've got to remember, most of these players, especially non-mainland China players, don't have competitive backgrounds in any other game, or if they do, it's like Tier 3.
Well, I want to point out, by the way, now there's going to become a conversation. You mentioned the money, $500,000. Okay, so now I think there's going to be a couple of teams, though, that are going to forgo the profit aspect of this. Want to simply be champion. They want to be the champ. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to think, because there comes a point in a tournament where we have the conversation of teams saying, okay, if this team stays where they're at and they don't drop down, maybe they make $100,000. Okay, but if they lose a spot, maybe they go from 3rd to 4th. Now they're only getting $50,000, right? That's a $50,000 spot. Now, I think there will become a point where that will be a narrative. However, for our top 3 teams who are in the running, let's say we have 3 teams going into Game 6 who all have Mandelbricks themselves. I don't think they're really going to be thinking about where they fall. They're only going to be thinking about where they can be, and that's going to be getting the double Mandelbrick so they can win. Now, that's not the only win condition necessarily, right? Of course, it could come down to assets, but I don't think we end the day without a team getting double Mandelbrick.
Taylor, you know what I love about you, man? You are the what-if guy. You've been doing it the last 3 days, and I love it. Every single scenario that could happen, we're always hitting the what-ifs and
Life
trying
is
to
what
break
if.
it all down. I love it. Folks at home, I'm so glad you're tuning in. I don't know where you're tuning in from. We are live all over the place on all the Delta Force socials. But as you can see behind us, we've got multiple broadcasts going on, and namely in person, we're the English broadcast. Our Chinese casters are right next to us for the China broadcast. They're also behind us on the big screen, I suppose, with the stadium down below. Our players are getting ready. We actually have a look at the lobby, and it is looking like they are about to get started. I want to remind you at what's at stake. It's round 1 of day 3. It's finals. It's Zero Dam, but we are only playing a single best of 6. We could be done in 4 maps, or 6, or maybe 5. Only time will tell. And a quick look at some of our teams as they're about to load in, discussing their strategy. Taylor, I am so excited to kick things off. There will not be a Mantle Brick to start things off.
No.
This is an airdrop round. It's time to get your money up. And speaking of money, take a look at Q9, some of their stats.
Well, I want to look at Mo, for example. Mo, we were getting DMs about how good this player is and how he has been. If he brings what he brought in day 1, in my opinion, Q9's unstoppable. I understand from our broadcast sake, Fallen is going to be the heavy favorite when it comes to Twitch chat. And by the way, get your predictions in. They'll need your support. There they are. Speaking of which, Fallen on your screen, the #1 EU team outside of Mandel Brick Addiction. Fallen, a lot to prove, and HR has been a big talking point. The young gun, 19 years old, but playing like he's been doing this all his life.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are different, and it's a really good call-out. HR, 19 years old. Baby B from the side of Inc., also 19 years old. Those are the 2 youngest players in this tournament, actually by a pretty sizable margin. Watch out for the young guns, man. There was a big question on whether they could perform on LAN. They were able to perform in a studio with a lot of pressure. This stage, maybe another question. We will see. Here's ESG. We mentioned them before. Reminder, they were the top seed going into the tournament, but going into our stadium LAN, they're technically seeded 3rd. A great stat line from these guys. They oftentimes will not only find kills and they can shoot their guns dang straight, but they also tend to find the most loot. They actually had the best looted game, the most loot value game out of any team out here, with well into like the 15 millions yesterday.
And I understand ESG, right? They didn't necessarily qualify first. Q9 did along with NBA, but ESG got valuable LAN experience yesterday. So I think they're coming in with a little bit more knowledge than that of Q9. But MG, the team that quite literally got blessed their spot representing the APAC region. If it wasn't for Inc. eliminating STS and Bonnie in that first slot, getting out with the extraction, they would not be here. Now that they have been blessed, how far do they really want to go?
It's a great question. Again, I'm asking the question for these 2 teams. Inc. now on your screen. Can they perform? Can they perform like yesterday? The competition's even harder, man. These are some of the best teams. They are the best teams in the world, not even some of anymore. Here's Baby B, Too Easy, and Killzall. Obviously, you're seeing an average KD from Killzall that's pretty substantial and some solid loot, but these stats don't tell the story of this team. They struggled throughout the course of the first couple days, but yesterday was insane. This was a totally different team, and namely, speaking to their coach, one of the big things they changed was we have to play aggressive, and they just ego-chowed everything, and it worked out for them. Couple small other stats here. FN, obviously you saw there, had the best extraction rate out of any team. Fallen always prios getting out of the map.
You know what's special, though? You look at the average loot value. We also just witnessed the extraction from NBA. They have some of the highest numbers, but they also have some of the highest KD numbers. We looked at Skydie, #1 out of everyone competing today, but they're doing that while also encoding the Mandel Bricks. They've got the best of both worlds, and that's what makes them so strong. Skydie on your screen. Again, we had a chance to speak with him, and you could see the determination in his face. One of the things we asked him was, well, how are you feeling? And one of the things he said is, well, the job's not finished just yet. We've got a lot more to accomplish. By the way, I want to shout out, if you don't mind, Inc., Baby B, family in the house. He's got his mom and dad here. Wonderful, wonderful supporters. Having that support system, having them in the venue, especially Baby B, I believe being 19 years old as well, right? Being one of our youngest players outside of HR. Having that support system is going to be invaluable. I cannot wait to see how far Baby B goes and see how proud his parents, they already are proud, but imagine if he's lifting that trophy at the end.
Yeah, well, here's a look at our map rotation, and what this means is that the players are loading in, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a dang good couple days, but Taylor, this is going to be the best one. I can feel it. It's all about Zero Dam to start things off, folks. This is going to be an airdrop round. There will be 2 airdrops on this map. And Zero Dam, yes, hard, and frankly, there's going to be a lot of loot. But the first airdrop will be high-value loot. The second airdrop will be an AWM and its ammo. and you cannot store that ammo in your safe box. If you get the AWM, the goal is to get out and take it into a Mandel Brick round, folks. We are dropping in to our very first game of the day in the stadium in China. $500,000 on the line.
The stage has been set. The first opportunity to become the first ever Delta Force Invitational champion in 2025 is here, and we have the first look at our spawns, the first opportunity to showcase you are ready. Take the moment. We look at Adam immediately to be ESG, and I believe Q9 going head-to-head. Both China teams, both home teams about to duke it out.
Super important, remember, tier 1 spawns, you cannot get them back-to-back. ESG and Q9, they race to admin. They will likely fight at admin early, or at least look at each other and probably get the most loot, but they will not have tier 1 spawns in the Mandel Brick round, which is arguably much, much, much more important. But already finding some solid loot here from Fallen. HR off screen, finding a CD for 229K. Quick look at those spawns. If you didn't see everybody, here's a summary. FN, they're in Visitor Center. Everybody says it's the worst in comp. We'll see what they can do with it as Q9 finds some loot. And already we're trying to take down Saeed on screen and pick up some extra loot in admin. Inc. up in barracks. MG way down at the bottom of cement, and MBA in substation.
One of the things I want to say for Q9's sake, obviously they're going to fire some shots. They're going to take down Saeed, but that is most likely going to bring in the aggressive roster of ESG. This is a team that loves, or traditionally loves, to push rosters. We take our first look at our operators.
Yeah, and the big question in my mind is how many people changed it up. Most of these teams have all of their comps pre-built going all the way to round 6, or at least to round 4. A quick look at Inc. Double Viren and a D-Wolf. They are all gas, no brakes. An unreal start for them. Definitely changed things up. And, well, I don't know if you can hear the crowd behind us. I assume you can. But we love production when they find the loot before the players do. We'll see if anybody's able to pick that up. That's a lot of money sitting there waiting for somebody to find it.
And the Brick Addiction going with the triple LMG setup. Something they've been doing quite well. Clearly slaying out the most out of everyone.
Yeah, one other thing I saw on the left-hand side when they were showing those builds, reminder, as Q9 actually takes a look at a potential wall breaker mission being done by ESG. Shouldn't find a knock here unless there's a huge mistake, but at least get some info. One thing I saw, reminder, this is round 1. It's all about getting your money up. Some of these teams did elect to not bring in very much loot at all. Maybe not even armor at all, because it's about just getting your money up. They're going to prio getting out of the map and not spending a bunch on loadouts for the very first round where there's not a Mandel Brick.
Both teams that are here in the last chance, it's Inc. versus MG, start to converge together. A potential fight brewing, not only between Q9 and ESG with Mo, keeping a line of sight on where ESG is currently at doing the wall breaker, but also Inc. versus MG. Now, Inc. and MG have got history. Of course, the reason why MG is here is because of Inc., but Inc., the boogeyman, might be looking to shut them down too. Something they did to SDS yesterday.
Yeah, they looked at him and said, well, we're just going to get back to our spawn. Don't like the fight, didn't want to take it. They're going to back up. I think not a bad option. They're kind of out in the open. Weird fight to push inside. So MG is going to have cement still free for the most part. Theoretically, take some longer sight lines, and okay, MG still catching a few strays. But Inc. is backing up, and MG may get a little bit aggressive here. One of the things we saw from MG that was really interesting is they're a team that definitely was prioritizing looting. I saw chat calling them the looters of the lobby. They would run around and loot and then try to get out, and that was what they're prioring. Nice gold bar there from ESG. They are currently doing wall breaker. But MG, when they had to, when their back was against the wall and they got active, on the back of Onigiri, Bonnie, Envy, I mean, they put up crazy kill numbers in a couple maps, so we'll see what they're going to do this time around. Let's see how aggressive they are. As one of our favorite missions of all time on Zero Dam, we all know it, we all love it. See how much value we get out of the wall breaker mission. Good grief, that's crazy.
Oh, that's huge. Q9 up to 3.5. They're finding a 1.5 mil item. so critical. Reminder, there's only a potential of 6 games today. Assets are going to matter, plus the airdrop going in between Q9 and ESG, and they got priority over it.
Yeah, a nice find there for Q9. ESG doing wall breaker, finding 4, I think, antlers that are like 14K maybe, and a couple slaughters, which is really not great for wall breaker. Yesterday, I think we saw a team do wall breaker and pick up like 4 million out of it, but not as much luck this time around. And you're right, here's a quick look at the map view. An important part of this map is paying attention to those airdrops. And like Taylor said, airdrop is going to be landing right behind the shipping containers, between admin and shipping containers, basically where Q9 is currently set up.
But also, once again, MG and Inc. start to converge together. Another fight potentially going down. So one between Q9 and ESG, the other between Inc. and MG. They are dangerously close together. Ivy takes a lot of damage. It's going to be all right, though. No worries. We know the AI has been quite deadly, honestly, throughout our 6 games throughout the days.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Everybody is laughing because yesterday and the day before, I think we saw like 5 full, not only knocks, but full kills by some of the AI on the map. Stress can get to you, man. Small mistakes. The AI do hit sometimes, especially our security director on Space City. But either way you look at it, Inc. is not interested in a fight early. An aggressive roster in terms of operators, but not an aggressive playstyle thus far. Here's our first airdrop. This could be pretty beneficial, especially for a team that's already got a nice early lead. Obviously, some gold armor early is nice. Can be able to pull that into the next round where there's a mantle brick. Nothing insane from this one. Decent drive.
Okay.
We'll take those and a CD.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Solid.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things about this crowd is that anytime a red item is pulled, you're going to hear them roar.
They
man.
love it.
I'm
they love
so pumped about this, but that's like 500K plus or minus another like 80K or so from other gear. Solid start, Q9 obviously with a major advantage in terms of loot value if they can get out.
And that's the big question, if they can get out.
Okay, big moment though. 45 seconds left on the extraction timer and dam extraction. ESG, they do wall breaker and they're intending to get out. As per the usual, we got to fight around it. And it's going to happen very quickly. Yes. Q9, FN, all converging on this extraction. Everybody wanting to get out. But it's going to be ESG with a clear advantage.
Q9 starts to drop south towards admin, right below where FN is currently at. All they need is just a sign of a member up ahead from Q9 for them to pump the brakes. The question is, do they understand somebody's going to be just off to the right for ESG? You would assume so, right? Given the wall breaker task. Once again, MG Inc. start to rotate down. We take a look at Baby B. MG just up ahead.
They're getting out.
And they are.
No one can test them. Frankly, I wouldn't either. I don't know how you win it, but here's a fight on main. All of a sudden, MG is in trouble. Kills all. Living up to his name, and as per the usual, finds the first blood. That rush rate going crazy, but too easy. Sets up the flank, sets up the angle, and all of a sudden, it's a 3v1 against a Suniva, who is just dead in the water.
Kills
a
all.
Knife to the back, a knife to the face. Tickle his toes, I don't care. Inc. starting off with a bang.
Starting off with a bang indeed. They were tiptoeing around each other for the longest time, but Inc. finally was able to secure the eliminations, and from one fight potentially to another roster going to be rotating down to their current location. That's going to be Mandel Brick Addiction from the EU side of things. So EU versus North America.
Well, a couple key timers, obviously you can see it on your map feed. That is our second airdrop, and this airdrop is nowhere near anyone. Inc. theoretically coming up from the south could get it first. That airdrop will have the AWM and its ammo. It does look like Q9 and FN could get into the fight really early. All of a sudden, Flarich is down first. It's a brutal fight, especially with HR down. Is just Bishka by himself. Gonna have to do God's work to get out of this one, and I don't think it's gonna happen. Q9, strike down, fallen. Q9 going to control the extraction.
Controlling the extraction indeed. Well done, a big fight going their way. You gotta be happy with that performance. Only 3 teams left on the map as ESG has managed to extract. The question is for Q9, will they get out unscathed? You'd have to assume so. The 2 remaining teams left on the map are going to be all the way down south. Inc. has not been able to avoid a fight, but that's maybe a good thing. Remember, it is 400K per elimination. A potential 1.2 million value fight just in front of them with NBA.
Assumed they would play aggressive based on their operator choices. Mantle Brick Addiction staring at Ink, wondering how do we take this fight in a way that makes any sort of sense. An extraction between them. Boldo technically in control. Still 2 minutes on the dam extraction at the top of the map, where assumedly Q9 is going to get out.
You start to slow down a bit, only because you can't really push that open fight. Great shots onto Skydie. That'll drop him down low. Too easy in the last fight that they had against MG, by the way. Did a wonderful job getting the off angles, and he's looking to potentially set up for another off angle himself. He is going to be the furthest away from his roster, so with Killzall taking all the attention and focus with the shots, it maybe gives an opportunity for Too Easy to make a play on NBA unbeknownst up ahead.
Patience is a virtue often. And on stage for $500,000, the margins have been insanely thin in the past. So remember this moment. Single kill, 400K. Fight over an extraction at the bottom of the map. Q9 absolutely will have the best game here in Zero Dam by a country mile, 6.6 mil. They are leaving in 53 seconds, completely uncontested at the top of the map. This is the only fight and the only two teams left that actually matter now.
Boldo being a nuisance with the shield up ahead. Again, Too Easy with this off angle. He has been spotted, but that makes things awkward for NBA. They just can't push forward. They're going to get taken down. Baby B hasn't fired a single shot just yet. He's staying low. How do you think this plays out? I mean, neither team can really push up.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, playing for that extraction point, you're going to have to get a knock. Smokes and runs, sure, on the side of NBA, but both of these teams just in a blender, trying to figure out how to take it. Right now, it is just a waiting game. You can't wait too much longer. 4 minutes. Theoretically, Ink could wrap out of here. Both teams could. NBA would have to go to the crest to get out. Ink. I guess they'd have to go repair passage. But a slow roll, and Mantelbrick Addiction is sending Skydie out by himself. Could make a full wrap.
Oh,
go for a flank.
Well, kills on Skydie. Beat
wow.
up. They're making the same play.
Look at our mini map on the left-hand side there. You can see a gray dot holding this off angle. Killzall is reading him like a book right now.
He's going straight into him.
Killzall's just holding the angle. He's not actually playing for a flank. Skydie has no idea that Killzall is playing for this. Killzall's got to spot him pretty soon, though, and it looks like maybe there has been a perfect setup, a perfect read. Killzall has been on that Rosetta Stone, man. He is learning every single language in the book, including how to read his opponents.
Well, now it's a 3v2. The man advantage over to the side of Ink. They have fought tooth and nail. Good positioning. And now, for the last remaining two members of NBA, Boldo, Yuval, how do they decide to play this? They do get relatively close to the extraction point, but as we've been saying, Ink has free line of sight to mow them down if they do push forward.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, but this extraction is dead center between these two teams. Frankly, Uvalier with NBA is in the best position to actually try to get out, but the problem is you're going to get gunned. That's why Suniva can be so valuable in some of these early rounds, these non-Mantelbrick rounds. You can make some weird plays. But remember, folks, all of these players do have a 3x3 safe box. It's very, very valuable. And theoretically, a couple kills, a couple items in your safe box, the gear you bring in is a complete wash. You get all that money back. You could see these teams stall out if they do have anything in their safe boxes, or frankly, all of their loot in their safe boxes, which is possible with some low loot numbers. And again, Taylor, to recap, the only two teams that get out of the map are our two China teams.
Right. But even still, I think Inc.'s had a wonderful game already. I mean, what, 3 eliminations to their name? That's going to be an extra 1.2 million. NBA. I don't know how many elims NBA has been able to accomplish. I don't think any, if at all. But either way, though, Inc. getting out with the best, you would have to assume, outside of Q9. Maybe we make a play. There is only a minute and 15 left. Like you said, it could stagnate, but I have a feeling, man, like you got one aggressive roster on the side of EU. You've got Inc., who's been getting more aggressive the more they play. Who knows? They might make an attempt here.
Yeah, they're going to play for this extraction. I think everybody's going to sprint at it. Obviously, player advantage. Here comes potential knockdown for Viren. Does land a great hit, but unfortunately, I think they're just a hair too far away to capitalize on it. They do have 2 Virens, so they could stack these. This player wouldn't be able to play for it. Unfortunately, I think it was mistimed. We'll see what they're able to do. NBA throwing triple blaster downrange to try to get any connection that they can. Somebody's going to have to be a hero, and it's going to have to be Mantle Brick Addiction.
There they go.
On the point. Going to have to move up and play for it. Barrel stuff. Can you get a knock? Yes. Is he able to get one? Can he get the full? No. Yes. He knifes him. He knifes both. Can he get both cleaned up? This is a lot of money exchanging hands. And Mantle Brick Addiction somehow, some way, on the back of Suniva, on the back of some smokes. Inc. cannot run and they cannot hide. Boldo, not even a weapon likely, just a Suniva. What a error. What a mistake. Mantle Brick Addiction pick up 800K, and they're just going to run this player out of here as Uvalier does get out of the map. What a wild finish to a very weird fight.
Well, it was Q9 who got out with the most, but it was fireworks till the very end. A beautifully done job from Mantle Brick Addiction to hold their ground despite the beautiful read from Killza onto Skydie. Ultimately, it was the 2 remaining members from NBA who were able to head glitch and ultimately mow down the players going for the extraction of Inc. Inc. could have had such a tremendous game number 1, and they fall behind. Granted, only game 1 at 0 down. It's not a Mantle Brick round. That's going to be coming up next, but you've got to give credit where credit is due. A beautifully done job from NBA to finish in second behind Q9.
Yeah, it was a very interesting way to start this thing off. We have seen a ton of different Zero Dams, and every single one has looked different. Again, we will only play Zero Dam once today. That is the only Zero Dam on stage in the stadium here in China. We are done with it, but it was a fun one, and it started off, obviously, with the Q9 ESG getting priority spawns, playing over admin. ESG electing to go straight for wall breaker, test their luck. Don't get a ton from it, but do get out of the map.
Yeah, they got out of the map, and that's the most important aspect of it. Sometimes you just have to leave. I do wonder if the second airdrop was gathered. There was so much going.
I don't think anybody got it.
I don't think anybody did. And the thing is, for Inc., like, they wanted to rotate up, but they had to fight against MG, and then all of a sudden they had to fight against Mantle Brick Addiction, right?
Yeah.
So there was no real opportunity for them to disengage. So maybe ESG, but I don't think so.
No, I don't think anybody. ESG got out pretty early.
Pretty
Nobody
early,
got
and
the
Q9 after, yeah.
It was the second airdrop, and it just happened to drop on the northwestern side of the map up by Barracks. Of course, the team up at Barracks was way down in the far south.
Right.
I think in hindsight, knowing that they lost that fight, absolutely, you should have seen Inc. wrap all the way back up, go for that, and maybe try to get out. Maybe you can go repair passage there if you're willing to drop items, or you can go up to the damn crest. That's probably the other play they could have made. But I don't think they thought they were going to lose that fight over the river extraction. And frankly, especially when they picked up 1, they were like, okay, we stick here, we stay. It's a 3v2.
Yeah.
It's going to be really difficult to take down a Suniva in situations like that, but that wasn't the problem. There was a lot of smokes, and they just got barrel stuffed by a PKM, man. Like, it happens.
Right.
And then an extra knife to add insult to injury. That was a bizarre way to take that fight.
Definitely was. Even early on in admin, Q9 ESG, they spot each other. Mo, for example, fired a couple of shots, and I think he did a little bit of damage to ESG, but it was interesting to see that kind of aspect of respect. Both of those rosters didn't necessarily want to fight each other, and I do question if ESG sees another roster on the opposite side of them over in admin, do they decide to push them? I mean, you've got 2 of the top dogs there. They understand how to play against each other, and I wonder if that's going to be a reoccurring theme. But anyways, they're going to have to challenge in the future maps, especially if it gets down to a Mantle Brick.
Yeah, I think they were just cash respecters. Like, I think they just recognized that neither team really had an advantage. How are you actually going to push that fight unless somebody made a mistake? They stare at each other, nobody makes a mistake, and they just back up. The team that gets to the dam extraction first almost always wins the fight at dam extraction. Not always, but almost always. And in this case, nobody wanted to chow them for the sake of not wanting to die. So a very interesting map. A lot of folks trying to get their money up, but only 2 teams actually get out, and it's our 2 China teams. Everybody else, sure, some will get some money. Again, every kill, every elimination is 400K. So albeit Inc. maybe made a mistake there and struggled, they did pick up enough kills to probably compensate not only all their loot, but a little extra on top.
Yeah, it's still early goings. I think we can be very proud of the way MG Inc. ended up playing in general, especially Mando Brick Addiction. We take a look at our highlights. So many wonderful moments. Obviously, the CD off the rip for HR put Fallen in a decent spot. Q9, though, was the one who profited the most, immediately hitting 3.4 million, but that's not where they would stop. They would get the airdrop. They would eventually go up to 7 million assets gained and then get out. But of course, we have to look at ESG, the first team to extract, but the fights were incredible. Inc. immediately on to MG, but that wasn't going to be their only fight that they would get into.
Yeah, there was a lot of fights, actually, because Q9 also was fighting Fleric and co. up with this damn extraction. And as much as I was saying, if you get here first, you usually win it. Not this time, gentlemen. Q9 were able to rip Fallen off first. Player advantage may be more key than positional advantage. A 3v2, Fallen lose it, and Q9 get out as well via the damn extraction. But this was a fight that was crazy. Smoke on point, and they just didn't hear Uvalier right next to them, or they're in the middle of reloads. I couldn't tell. Certainly not that player. The second completely lost through the smoke, didn't have an idea where he was, and all of a sudden, a couple knives to the face, and there was nothing that they could do. A wild map, and with a quick look back from the highlights, a celebration, of course, from Uvalier. I think the big question for that final fight for me was, why are we using a cooldown so early? That knockdown from Viren has a decently long refresh timer, and they used it very early behind a rock, where even though they hit the double knock, it was perfectly placed, they couldn't execute on it. And they were covering their push, but they weren't able to get him down. A weird fight, a frustrating one, but you did see Inc. pick up a lot of kills. Here's a look at the overall leaderboard. Yes, Inc. had basically nothing in their safe boxes, 0.32 mil, but they did get 4 kills. That is 1.6 mil that team will be added to their stash value.
Right.
But our round earnings absolutely are dominated by Q9 at the top.
Yep.
Not only because they were able to get the 6.63 mil, but they were able to get out with it, man. They beat Fallen at the damn extraction, and those are their 3 kills.
Yeah, the 2 teams that took the heaviest hits on Zero Dem was Fallen and MG. They basically walk out with nothing. It's almost like it didn't even happen. For Inc., even though they are at the bottom, like you mentioned, the 1.6 mil going their way, that's going to put them up in 3rd place. We take a look at the round damage stats. Dominated by Inc., followed by NBA, and then Q9. All 3 of those rosters eliminating teams. Of course, ESG, they have 0, but it doesn't mean that they were eliminated. They were the team that extracted early on.
Yeah, super interesting damage stats across the board. Inc., NBA, super solid. Q9, like you mentioned, pretty solid as well. Overall, a pretty good start, but ESG, not a shot fired because no one contested them at the damn extraction. Damn extraction can be pulled twice, even in a 16-minute timer. It was done so, the first by ESG, and everybody said, nah, we can get out later, and because of that, they get out scot-free.
Scot-free indeed. Beautifully done from Inc., though. I think they came to this land environment. We had a lot of questions for them. You mentioned that roller coaster kind of experience, roller coaster route to get to that very stage down there and compete for $500,000. And of course, the first chance to become the Delta Force Invitational champion, the first global operations champion. I think Game 1 was a massive success. 3rd place, they're going to be looking quite solid. Plus, they weren't scared to get scrappy. North America looking like they might become one of the most aggressive regions out there. Best team has to be Q9. Naturally, they get the most loot extracted, 6.63 million. Guar, Mo, K1DE, all 3 of these members so incredibly intelligent. And Mo, mind you, again, keeping ESG at bay. Who knows if ESG wants to pounce after the wall breaker attempt. Do they want to go back and double back into admin? Well, no, because Mo was gatekeeping them. And of course, on the side of Q9, the rich get richer. Guar is going to be your round MVP, 2.0 round KD, 2 kills, 2 assists, and 205 damage dealt. What makes Q9 so strong is not only can they get the assets and slay out, but all 3 members of the team can pick up where the other left off.
Yeah, and again, that fight against Fallen was a very difficult one, and Guar getting an entry knock, being able to play with his squad, get the fulls, be able to get extracted. This was a masterclass in how to play Zero Dam and what we call basically get your money up round. I mean, that's what I call it at the very least, man. You gotta have loot value, not only for our leaderboard and tiebreaker, but also for the sake of getting better loot in the next round. Bring in better loot so you've got a good chance against the Mantle Brick as we begin to turn our eyes to the next round and to our first Mantle Brick. Before we get there, let's listen back to the comms from this last round from our best team.
哎，出货，出货，出货！
啥货？
我们得吃高速电阵，高速电阵。
牛逼，那得拉点走了，拉点走了。
他没吃完。
我知道，我知道，你那个什么，能过来帮我把架一下，我把民宝吃吗？民宝。
不，先听我说，先听我说 ，MO 过来拿，因为下半你要取5套，你拿，我有红，快拿速。
我们直接速去车里点，我们得快去，因为可能。
我知道，我知道。
对，可能这队吃完破标去车里点。
来了来了，1楼还要搜吗？不用搜吧。
不搜，不要不要。
想办法把闸拉了，想办法把闸拉了，被他不捡了，
直接拉。放架，直接拉。
拉从中间走，收到。平那边炸雷，
听到了，
没想到。有，
我倒了，
扎到一个，没事。
好上，牛逼。
倒一个，
我残废。
我知道，最后一个。
别接，
炸死了，
漂亮，
走了。
下把可以2个5。
哦，没有，捡了1个5。 捡了个5头，
我是5，
是5哦，对，你是5，对。
我是这个 FS 轻型，我还能扛。
可以，动静没人扒梯子。15秒的时候你过来，果然，我给你丢烟。
我开的。
丢烟我丢闪。
15秒的时候过来就好。
OK。
15，
过来。 走了，
牛逼！
Some excitement there towards
for the first time.
Look, the thing about Q9, whenever we listen into their comms, it's always the classic what I say every time we listen to comms, which is calm, cool, and collected. However, on stage, in a stadium, with fans screaming when they make plays, man, there is a lot of passion in those voices and a lot of passion not only for the kills, but also the extraction, folks. A 10 mil plus round for the very first round for Q9. We've only seen this a couple times, and this is a very impressive stat. Sure, a little bit of luck on their side, but also a ton of skill to get out for free.
Yeah, we've been saying it throughout the past 2 days. We'll say it once again. The Mandel bricks are so valuable. In fact, that is most likely the win condition. However, there have been moments where the assets do come into play for the tiebreaker, right? Or at least for the second place. And, well, this is going to be the biggest discussion, though. You brought it up at the very beginning. ESG, Q9, 2 of the top dogs in the lobby, well, their prio spawns are gone. Therefore, they're not going to have priority on Brockish, our first ever Mandel Brick for the finals. So that means Inc., MG, NBA Fallen all get prio spawns straight to Museum.
Yeah, they absolutely could get those prio spawns, and as we look at our operator choices, it is confirming what we saw on main briefly before the fights broke out. Inc. has burned both Virons on that round. An interesting conversation around their assault operator choices. They will not have assault operators pretty quickly if they use D-Wolf moving into the next round, but ESG had a nice even spread across the board of Nox, Stinger, and then Luna. Q9, of course, this is something we've seen from them every single time they've played. They burn both their Noxes at the very beginning. They don't love the operator for the later rounds. Why not use them early so we have all the choices that we could possibly want going into the Mandel Brick round? So those are the namely kind of big things that we start. Usually we see a lot of folks use Hat Claws. We only see 3 used in the first round. You will absolutely see some Hat Claws used in this next round.
By the way, we looked a little bit earlier about the Mandel Brick decoding success, and Luna was instrumental in that. ESG has already used a Luna, so that's a big talking point too,
yeah, sure.
Especially going into a Mandel Brick round. What's going to happen? We're going to find out. Now, does Tempest come back into play, though? Those Tempest plays are phenomenal.
100%.
Skydie. You think Skydie is immediately going straight to Tempest?
$1,000,000%. There's no reason not to. He saw so much value with Tempest over the course of the last couple days. It put up crazy numbers, not only on the operator, but also the plays he was able to make.
Sure.
Whenever we pull up that best player of each round, it's always based on stats. I almost put Skydie in the category of best player every time because of the plays he's able to make from an MVP standpoint. standpoint, right? Using Tempest, being able to retract your steps 3 seconds is so valuable for Mandelbrick steals, let alone the rest of the plays you can make with the dive roll. I mean, it is an assault operator essentially, the way it plays, and so being able to retract yourself is going to be the difference maker when it comes to stealing Mandelbricks. So watch out for that from NBA. If they don't get the prio spawn, if they don't get the Mandelbrick on spawn and go for the plant off rip, they will absolutely be playing for steals all around Skydie.
And speaking of Mandelbrick addiction, they're going into one of their best performances, or at least historically. Map 2, Brackish, you go back to their respective match. It was match B, when they were playing against the likes of MG, Legit Brazil, I'm Special, Gamer, Inc., ESG, right? These talented rosters, they ended up getting out with the Mandelbrick, but also 9 eliminations, and the way they defended it was phenomenal, and Skydie was truly instrumental in that. So, of course, Mandelbrick addiction, looking like the team that's going to be quite scary here, but there's Q9 on your screen. One of the home teams out there, aside from ESG. They look serious, they look poised, and for Inc., look at those beautiful smiles. They're just happy to be here, and they're performing. They're even happy.
Yeah, first round, not a whole lot, frankly, comparatively to what this next round is. Round 1 is almost a warm-up. Obviously, a 10 million stat line from Q9 is going to be a massive boon for them going into the next couple of rounds. It's essentially a safety net. If they make a couple mistakes, they don't extract like they have been known to in the past. They've got room to work with, and so I like their stat line right now, but everybody else is feeling fine. I don't care if you died early, I don't care if you took a bad fight, I don't care if you're Inc and you don't really like the way the last fight played out. No one cares. We are moving into a Mandelbrick round. And I'll say this again, every team that has gotten a Mandelbrick has been at least top 2 in any series we've casted over. Getting a Mandelbrick here puts all of the power in your hand, folks. It is time to get into Brackish. Our very first Brackish round. We'll head to Brackish again after this without a Mandelbrick, but a key reminder, also for the first time in LAN competition, no one has an AWM going into this round. No one picked up that airdrop.
And I think that's going to play a big impact and might even get teams a bit more aggressive because they're thinking, hey, my head's not going to get sniped off with the AWM because nobody has it. It's going to make a clean route to Museum. Absolutely possible for the teams such as Inc, Fallen. They might get prio spawns. That would be huge going into our first Mandelbrick round. Chat, get loud. Support your favorite team, whether it's Fallen, the crowd favorite so far, at least when it comes to our specific chat, or maybe it's going to be Mandelbrick Addiction or Inc. Let's get it started. We take a look at the spawns, and of course, you have to start considering who gets priority. Well, NBA and Inc. Once again, North America versus EU, and they're full steam ahead.
MG and ESG have the Tower of Babel spawn, and always the question, turn your eyes to the bottom of the map screen. The question we always have is, do you stay in Tower of Babel or do you sprint up to Museum to play for the brick? ESG has been known to sprint. This time they stay. They want that loot at the bottom of the map. So we turn our eyes back to the middle. Of course, we've got FN on the Cherrytown spawn, and we've got our Grand Hammam spawn for Q9, but around Museum is going to be a crucial place to watch because this is where the Mandelbrick spawns. For those that did not watch the last couple days, the spawn for the Mandelbrick has been slightly changed. It is on the outside of Museum, kind of hugging this fountain right here. You can almost see it on our overhead cam. It is not inside of the Museum, so a little bit different, and there is a lot of plays that you can make looking down at this fountain from some of these buildings, and Inc has already occupied one of them.
Last time we watched a team, it was Fallen, who set up in this very position. They were able to stagnate the game to the point where the Mandelbrick was burnt. One of those rare moments, the first in your time casting Delta Force operations, where Mandelbrick was not gathered.
Well, a quick look at our operators and our gear being brought in. Remember, you can buy Tier 5, a nice loot there from Q9, graphics card. You can buy Tier 5 armor if you want to. Q9 is electing to do so because they have so much cash, but you cannot buy Tier 5 ammo. Q9 is going to have an advantage in whatever fight they are in based on the gear that they are bringing in. If you look at weapon choices, everything's fairly standard. We talk to the players. The things they prioritize are big mag sizes. Extremely important. You will see plenty of LMGs today. You will also see maybe more P90s than you're used to. It's a decently cheap weapon with a lot of ammo. And of course, if you want to go MP7, not a bad option, but you better not run out of ammo in some of these fights.
By the way, 2 Tempest coming out. Of course, NBA with Skydie. And then the other one, I believe, going to Flairich from the team of Fallen. We take a look at two teams
That's crazy.
Relatively close, MG and ESG.
Yeah, we actually saw 2 champagne bottles, by the way. Production, I love the fact, I'm going to keep saying this, they find the loot before the players, just so we get a quick peek of it. 2 champagne bottles should go for like almost 700K in total between the 2. A fun look. We'll see if anybody finds it. But here is the Mantle Brick spawn, and it has just spawned. Reminder, it was 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and we've already had that elapse. And let's see, Mantle Brick Addiction, will they live up to their name? Yes, they're going to double smoke it and run because we already have one down. Boldo connected with Too Easy with an incendiary. It not only landed, but it cleaned him up. A huge boon for Mantle Brick Addiction, not only to get the brick, but also get a knock so they wouldn't be stared at. What a play from them out of a blink of an eye. They've got a Mantle Brick, and they've got 5 minutes to get to a decoding station.
Historically, the team that picks up the Mantle Brick early on gets it decoded without any drama. Since this is the first Mantle Brick to be at play, that could very well be a possibility. NBA are dipping, and they're looking to get it down as quickly as possible. But if they take it up north, they could unintentionally be running straight into Q9.
And of course, Inc. will get their revive. Mantle Brick Addiction, they got their kill. It's been netted to them. Remember that Easy will not be able to go to Yellow Timer again. There are 3 decoding stations on the north-hand side, and as you go
Q9.
sprinting at Q9, you know that they're headed to market. Haven't seen this on main in a little while. MG off-screen does find that champagne bottle, but they're about to run into the hottest competition they've seen thus far. Q9 about to fight Mantle Brick Addiction over the decoding station, and they do start it. Q9 doesn't get Overwatch position fast enough, and all of a sudden, NBA has spotted them, NBA is ready, and NBA is decoding.
NBA's got to play this appropriately. Last time they were here on Brockish, they were able to hold it down with 9 eliminations. Q9, though, is a different beast, a different animal. They already have the most assets. Them getting a Mantle Brick in this moment could be quite devastating to the chances of anyone trying to become the first ever global operations champion.
Quick look at the map view. Inc. obviously in the area now that they've restabilized. They will eventually pinch, most likely. FN have been chilling at Hotel in Cherrytown. They've been known to be a very patient team when it comes to these Mantle Bricks. They will wait for this decoding timer to get much lower and then try to come in and play cleanup if they're not the ones, of course, decoding it. Q9, NBA still kind of staring at each other while Inc. is protecting their flank. Inc. likely expecting here a team from the Tower of Babel to maybe come up this eastern side. Of course, on our screen, we know that that is not even kind of the case. So Inc. will try to figure out what angle do we want to take. They could go up from the town, Azure Town, top right. Swing over that direction, maybe pinch Q9 instead of coming in the backside of NBA. We'll see. Oh, wow, just a free steal. Mo just walks up, steals it, and walks out. Didn't quite have it fully locked down. Plenty of time, it's not a huge deal, but obviously a small power position swung over to Q9. Now that they've got the brick, NBA is going to have to be the one to make a play, and Mo's just sitting basically on it.
Scotty, usually gearing up to mission, could have high ground and potentially an angle down low on the decoding station. The longer this goes on, potentially the more teams that start to join, but surprisingly, nobody has started to make their way up. We do notice on the mini-map, Inc. is going to be going into ESG over at Museum. So for now, all attention on the Mantle Brick between NBA and Q9. Nobody making a move. Like you said, it's not the biggest deal. We do have a fight, though. ESG is getting
happening. Of course, we pay attention to the Mantle Brick, and we will. But while everybody's in a stalemate around the decoding station, aside from Mo, turn our eyes to potentially this fight and see what's happening. A little bit of a stalemate in its own right. So back to the point we go, because NBA is going to go for a steal. They're on the point. Mo can't spot him. There's a nice Overwatch position for NBA. Can't get on it, but also can't steal it. There it is. And I told you Tempest is valuable. There's the steal we expected.
Mo, opposite of Skydie. 2 dominant players for each respective roster. 2 players that know how to make moves, but so does Guar. And Guar has Skydie potentially in his line of sight to the left-hand side. The question is, can Q9 get back onto the Mantle Brick and start decoding it for themselves? The good news for this fight, Goj, is no other roster has started to move in off the northern side. But a couple minutes before we get there, Mo fires some shots onto Skydie. The question is, does Q9 want to take him down?
They don't really have an angle to double chow this. Dior and K1DE are set up on Overwatch, but NBA smartly is backed way off. Now that they've got the decode going, they only need one looking at it to get some information. Mo slightly isolated. And Skydie right around the corner.
Saw the barrel.
Should be able to hear him. He's gonna go for the chow right around the corner. Here we go. Skydie hears the footsteps, but a P90 to the face. Skydie has no chance. Can't pull back from that one, Tempest. Mo with the barrel stuff. Mo with the kill and the takedown. NBA still have the brick. Q9 with the advantage.
Jubilee most likely going to be the next one to try and stop Q9 from getting to the decode. Great shots from Flairage. That's going to drop one. In the name of K1DE, Mo though is connected. He's got to run away. However, Q9, they do get the decoding process started.
NBA is going to have to sit back for a little bit. They don't have player advantage. They have no advantage, frankly. And there's also a couple other teams in the area. Fallen and HR, like I said before, they played nice and slow, let all the chaos ensue. They're trying to come up to clean up the mess. Unfortunately, it's not as messy as they would have liked. They picked up one player from the side of Q9. Q9 down to 2, NBA down to 2. Q9 still with the decode as of current. Here's an overlook of everybody around this decoding station. Even MG is in the area technically.
1 minute 45 left. A touch is all that's needed to reset the timer, of course, with 30 seconds less. 3 teams have now joined the fight. ESG now also in the vicinity. So ESG, NBA, Skydie's still down, mind you, along with Mo. So Q9 and Fallen, such a critical moment. It looks like NBA might be making an attempt. Smokes are going to be down. NBA going for their teammate to try and get Skydie back into the fight, and they should be successful.
Grabs the body and backs up. Mo running D-Wolf. Triple Blaster can zone off pretty aggressively, but unfortunately can't get the bounce correct. NBA down below, but 60 seconds on the clock for Q9. Mo, as per the usual, playing Intraman. Mo! Couple hip-fire headshots. Mo's gonna clean them all!
Mo!
Mo takes all 3 down! Do you not understand? Mo's rush rate, first bloods, multi-kills. Mo is him, but the job's not done.
No, it's not. ESG is starting to push up towards the Mandel break, but they want to get a couple of downs first. Inc. might even be able to join the party, but only 34 seconds remain. A touch is needed. DT's going for it, and he will be successful. Q9 has to steal it back.
MG's lost 2. Q9 still down 1. Fallen lost 2. NBA full wipe at the hands of Mo. ESG down to 2. There was a trading of blows that was the largest amount of kills we've seen in a span of 14 milliseconds ever, not only on LAN, but just in general in operations. What a way to start off this tournament. The first brick still able to be grabbed. We've got 9 minutes left in this match. This can be stolen over and over and over again. And right now, Q9 are the only ones around the brick. ESG just reset the timer so that they could breathe and try to get their player up.
But now North America has a chance. Inc. can move in. They're the strongest team so far on the map. If Inc. fully commits to this, kills all, maybe repositioning for a potential flank, that could be massive.
Q9 has stolen back the brick. A reset of the timer again. Now this timer, every time it's stolen, cannot reset lower than 1.5 minutes. Every steal, even if it gets to 5 seconds, will go to 1.5 minutes.
So many bodies around the Vandal break, 1 minute left. Things might be quiet for now, but they're about to explode, erupt into chaos. Shots from the street. ESG versus Inc. Lee Yoon. Warning shots, nobody dropped just yet. 40 seconds remaining on the Mandel brick. Q9 desperately trying to hold it down. ESG now knows it is time to start pushing forward. They've stolen it once. They're looking to steal it again. Information gathering. Anybody around? No. It doesn't get anything. We're now down to 25 seconds. And ESG knows they have to push forward.
Mo's got the P90. Mo's going to make the play. Saw the smokes go down. He's going to push the equation. Where is this body? Where is he? He's proned out. Mo misses him. Mo walks right over him. He steps on his head. Dior's going to try to come play trade, but he gets cut down. Ink is there to cut down Q9. Q9 started hot, but they end cold out of this map. And Ink, the only team with not only 3, but even 2 players. ESG may have the brick, but Ink have the advantage.
Ink have the distinct advantage, and they need to utilize it. They cannot allow this to go to waste. I go back to yesterday's matches. They take too much time to flank around. They don't make a play quick enough, and the Mando brick is decoded right before their eyes. That mistake cannot be made. 50 seconds left. They've got to make it happen, but DT, Baby B, potentially about to get into a fight. The smokes are down. DT off to the right-hand side. Big attempt, but he doubles the time out of the way, and Ink might be able to do this.
Not only might be able to do this, a well-placed incendiary rips DT off any advantage he could find. Not only 3 players, not only player advantage, but also the brick at a minute and a half. Now, during this chaos, FN does what FN does best. They sit back, they rely on everybody else to fight each other, and FN are trying to restabilize. You will not see their third rejoin the party. It is going to be a 2v3, but we've seen Fallen do unbelievable things. This is not a miracle they need. They just need to play well. Let's see who can get first blood. 45 seconds.
Need an opening pick. That's going to be the most important aspect here. But HR can't really peek. Killzall's got that line of sight locked in. As time starts to run thin, 35 seconds remaining, Fallen starts to move on your screen, straight towards the Mando brick. HR though, HR has been dropped. Use Bishka, the last one standing for Fallen. They know where he's at. The pickup. There's not enough time though for the Mando brick. You'd have to assume only 15 seconds remaining. 3 members from Ink. Ink is about to take the first Mando brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it. 3 members up. Mando brick going to Ink. North America, 1 step closer to becoming a champion.
What a lethal. We talk about the efficacy of Uluru. We talk about the value of this operator, but talk about the value that Ink has found. A Mando brick, last alive. Unbelievable job from a team that frankly were struggling for 2 full days. They have found their strengths and they have found the angles over and over again. The game changer in that fight, besides player advantage, was too easy, finding the craziest angle that we didn't even see it on broadcast. We saw the body on the ground afterwards. We're gonna see it in the highlight package, but my goodness, opening things up, knowing where you knocked them, knowing this map perfectly, knowing how to lob a grenade in there, and getting the information from the Uluru rocket. We're 1 patch further, and we know that Tempest is now in the mix. We've seen the value of Tempest, but Uluru's buff, holy cow. You gotta have this operator on Mando brick rounds.
For the first time, mini first actually, I'll run through them. That's the first time we've seen a Mando brick decoded without a single member left on the map outside of the team that gets it. Every team eliminated for the fight for the Mando brick. Also, that's the first time we have seen a team come so late into the fight and steal the Mando brick for themselves. It finally pays off. Goes so many times teams have been punished because of their inactivity, because they didn't want to make a move early on. We see a replay. This is when DT steals it back. DT does get the down. That was 1. And DT, so there's the down from DT. But it was Baby B getting the trade. Oh, that was such a beautiful placement, too, in the corner.
It's just so strong, man. The incendiary from Uluru is game-changing. Of course, if it connects, you burn out so quick. But even more than that, it is such a valuable zoning utility. And there it is.
Yeah,
it lands over the top.
play.
They knew exactly where they were. There's the excitement, of course, from Ink and Killzall. Probably the most animated player on that stage.
And vocal.
Consistently, one of the most vocal, and just well-placing of those lethals, man. Ink going to be your leader on the leaderboard no matter what. Reminder, folks, you're somehow just tuning in for the very first time, it is all Mantle Bricks all day. Our first ranking metric on our leaderboard, no matter what, is Mantle Bricks. You could have $1 to your name. You could have a single Technic alloy.
That's right.
You could be as broke can be, but if you have a Mantle Brick, you're at the top of the leaderboard, and everybody else is ranked accordingly from there. Now, of course, it is not all done. We are just getting started, but that is a gigantic advantage for Inc. And I know the boys are buzzing right now.
Look at the smile. I mean, there it is right in front of your face, Gilzal. He can't stop smiling since the Mantle Brick was fully decoded. You do bring up a great point, though. Mantle Brick obviously is the first asset we look at, the biggest asset indeed. However, for Inc., they were already in 4th place, just behind ESG by like 0.03 when it comes to assets earned. They should be in first in the assets category, which is going to be instrumental if it comes down to a tiebreaker. Just so big. So big. And I mean, dude, Inc.'s route to get here, one of the teams on that very stage, actually, other than MG, who played the most out of everyone, right? So I mean, they had to go through day 1's competition. They fall short. Day 2, they get a little bit better each and every round. Finally qualifying, knocking STS out, giving an opportunity to MG. North America, a region that is looked at as not necessarily the strongest. And you pointed out a couple days ago, I think it was, you know, when it comes to North America specifically for this roster, it's like, hey, yeah, okay, we'll play together. They don't have the history that others do.
That is a really good shot. I mean, these rosters, some of these rosters hadn't fully played together almost at all before the qualifiers. That's the thing you got to remember. They qualified with a brand new roster and said, all right, we'll figure it out when we get to LAN. Hopefully we do. This team is one of those. And what's wild about this squad is they bring in not only an amazing sub, but also a fantastic coach. And apparently it's all paid off. My goodness, round 2 completed. Brackish, a banger as per the usual. And somehow, some way, North America is on top, Taylor.
Baby B. Mom and Dad, you got to be proud. You got to be proud. Your son is doing it here. Hangzhou, China, one of the biggest setups we have seen for Delta Force. Yet now your son is on top of the world. North America, proud of this Inc. roster.
One more quick note everybody's got to remember that didn't tune in yesterday. Inc. picked up basically in what I'm calling the last chance to get to the finals. They picked up their spot to the finals in lower round 2. They lost, got to the final best of 6, and won it. You had to be top 2 in the final best of 6 to make it to the stage. They were one of the last 2 spots to this stage, and now they're at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Insane stuff.
You know, I want to say, by the way, Goj, I'm going to keep it 100 at this point. When Inc. went into that final stage, they were not a team on my radar that I expect. The effort, I already had the narrative in my head. Inc., great effort, but you just weren't good enough, but you were at that very stage. However, in the fashion that they won it, in such a dominant fashion, hunting down STS, getting the double Mantle Brick, I said, wait a second. This roster can actually do something. In fact, this roster could, in fact, go all the way and win this entire event, and now it's a possibility. What a beautiful thing. I know you're smiling. Look, we got to smile. Come on, we come from the North American side of things. We're trying to remain unbiased, but
You're the most
boys are getting it done.
You're the most biased guy I know, all right? He's a North American stan. I'll stand with the EU teams. I'll stand with our China teams. Taylor is North America all day, and for good reason, obviously. Inc. put up crazy numbers, not only in that game, also in their last round, in the last series, but even in Zero Dam, they're putting up kills, man. This is a different roster than what we saw in the first couple best of 6s over the last couple days. But this is the same roster, which was the question. This is the same roster in that last best of 6 before they got to this stage. They earned their spot, and they've carried the momentum forward. It all comes down to confidence, and these guys certainly earned that along the way. I'm pumped to see what they can do in the next round, folks. There's a lot to talk about, a lot to break down with Brackish. We got to remember our priority spawns and prepare for what is next. There are some amazing rosters out here, and I think there's a very good chance we could go to Game 6 in this series. Just because Inc. gets a break now doesn't 100% assure them that they're a top 2 team.
That's right.
But just so we're clear, if Inc. gets the Mantle Brick in round 4, the tournament is over, and they win it all, and that is a powerful position to be in.
Yes, it is. Definitely a powerful position. What, $500,000? You're getting the bulk of that. Become the first ever champion. But that's it in 4, chat. Honestly, Goj, I don't think it does. I really don't. However, how many times have we said that? Or at least I've said it. I know you've said it a couple of times. You can't get away from it. It doesn't end in 4, and then it does. Ink is in prime spot to do just that. Such a wonderful thing. And well done. We go back in time, though, and Q9 still had a great performance. I mean, Mo's 1v3, mind you.
Dude put up crazy kills.
That was insane. We take a look at our highlights, and we start to reminisce of everything that ended up taking place. It was first a Mandelbrick. It was spotted, and immediately NBA went straight in.
This was crazy. I mean, NBA has been known to hunt those Mandelbricks quickly, and they absolutely did it this time around. Not only do they pick up the brick first, and they get the code first, but they steal it because of a well-placed nade up onto the roof of the only team that can hold them. However, immediately was utter chaos around the point. Q9, NBA were exchanging blows and exchanging steals, and a great steal there as a Tempest operator. Skydee doing exactly what we thought he would, but there just was nowhere to run, man. The decoding station they chose proved to be a bloodbath position. There's just this wide open space in the middle of all of these buildings. You can just get shot from so many angles, and of course, sometimes you only need one angle. Mo walks in, hip fires with a P90, and just rips them all down.
Mo simply is that guy. At this point, though, we're looking at 4 rosters still up. Q9 gets Mo down. DT did everything in his power to stay up as long as he could, picks up an Elim on the last remaining member from Q9 and Mo, but he can't escape the Molotov in the corner.
Yeah, these incendiaries do so much damage, especially when you can't escape them. Ink was cooking with them. Killzall, man, namely leading the charge with this Uluru operator, changing the game for what it means to win on Brackish. He does it almost entirely with his nades, which is insane.
Insane indeed. So now Ink, what do they have? Well, they've got the Mandelbrick, and they also walk out with the most assets. Everybody was eliminated. No one was able to extract, losing the loot they came in with. We take a look at the round 2 results, and 9 eliminations for the side of Ink. That has only been matched once, and that was from Mandelbrick Addiction from day number 2, or day number 1, excuse me, in game 2.
Yeah, it was day 1. They put up crazy numbers on the same map, by the way. Brackish round 2. Insane to say. Always chaos in Brackish on a Mandelbrick round. But this is huge. Obviously, let's do the math. It's 9 kills, 400K apiece, okay? That is 3.6 mil overall for just loot value on top of the 6+ that they got. So loot value may matter if there's a brick tiebreaker. We'll get to that later. But here's a look at the damage. Of course, Ink on top. Again, I would love if we could have broken this damage chart out to how much damage did just the incendiary nades from the Ink side.
Right.
I think it would maybe do more damage than MG was able to get, honestly, on this map. But the damage chart, pretty solid across the board. Matches the chaos that we expected to see on Brackish. Maybe exceeded the expectations of the chaos we wanted to see.
Yeah, Q9 walking out with a lot. Obviously, the 1v3 was huge. Baby B kills all too easy. The best team, naturally, 9 eliminations. That's 3.6 million going their way. But, of course, the 6.62 total loot extracted puts them well over 10 million. Just a sensational job. Plus, most important aspect, they walk out with our first Mandelbrick in Grand Finals.
Yeah, 9 kills, crazy loot, and the Mandelbrick. You literally couldn't ask for more. And our match MVP, I heard the crowd sigh because they wanted Mo. And I'm going to be honest, I wanted Mo too, man. That dude was going crazy. But Killzall stats were
6 OKD.
Undeniable. 6 kills, over 800 damage.
Yeah.
He absolutely earned it. They get the Mandelbrick. That was a Killzall game. That was an Uluru masterclass.
Keep saying, at least off of day 1, Mo is inevitable. I don't know, Killzall might be still in that title.
That's true. I mean, they both had very similar stats, too, especially once Ink actually came online. If you go back and compare those player highlight stats we did with the big graph, those rush rates were very similar. Mo and Killzall are their guys to look to when they need to get multi-kills, when they need to get those 1v3 kills when your team's dead. This time, Ink had all 3 alive, which is very different. Let's listen into their comms and hear the excitement.
Minute. They're not even fighting. One right here. Right here. One right here as well. Whole team right here. 3. Oh, someone just killed one. Stole a kill, stole a kill.
Nice, nice.
What are you? It's so bad. I'm throwing Molly right there. He made it through. I don't know how.
Smoking?
I'm putting it. Pushing in?
Is he left or right?
What do you mean, we can't push down here? We can. Let's go. 20 seconds. I don't think we can seal unless we sprint for it. They reset. Seal it. One's on fire right here. He's one shot. He's wipe out. Let's go!
Oh my God.
Steal it.
Stealing. Are you still here running?
One more team. It's falling. Okay. Watch the right here. B. Hold this.
B, don't use a laptop, bro. Come on, focus up.
40 seconds. I missed the rocket. My bad.
He's on the other side of the wall. Resing. Do we want to push this? No.
I got Molly.
Play past it.
I got Molly right on him.
Nice.
I'm
playing
He's
up.
on one. Yeah! Let's go! Woo! Pull. We need money.
Go.
I'm going to pull.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's go! Come on!
I cussed in our thing, bro.
Yeah, so
that's my bad.
That's my bad too.
And we knew they were going to be excited, all right? We knew there was going to be some excitement in that, and it was about what we expected.
Right.
2 funny moments from that and critical moments. I think they said, don't loot the laptop, focus
up.
That's me for real,
Luke
dude.
Goblin.
I have a Luke Goblin.
Yeah.
Rick was up. They focused up on it. Look at this leaderboard. Unreal stat lines right now. Of course, Q9 on the back of their 0 damn game in second place overall with over 11 million in assets, but Inc at the top in loot value, Inc at the top in bricks.
Yeah, you have to give respect where respect is due. Inc is doing everything right. They've got the best of both worlds, and they are in the driver's seat to becoming a champion, but they've got someone right behind them, Q9. Q9 gets a Mandel brick, all of a sudden the match earnings become dangerously close. So if I'm Inc, next round I'm trying to get my assets up, obviously. I'm trying to get the AWM, but more importantly, I'm setting myself up with everything I possibly can so I can close it out in 4.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that we turn our eyes to that next round. This is a non-Mandel brick round, and because of that, it is all about getting your loot value up. And because of that, it's all about also playing for those airdrops. You have to. Yes, the first one will give you some nice loot. The second one gives you the AWM, maybe a big moment for some of these teams to turn the tide in their favor. Looking at our T1 spawns, this is an important topic because, yes, NBA and Inc. got T1 spawns, but the boon for them is that they won't get a T1 spawn on a map that doesn't have a Mandel brick. Folks, the only limitation is that you can't get T1 twice in a row. And so you could see which teams could get Tier 1, which is our red spawns in the middle of the map. Why are they Tier 1? Because that's where the Mandel brick spawns. But on a non-Mandel brick round, yes, there's a nice POI there. You can play for Museum. You can kind of play wherever you want on the map. But in my opinion, the best spawn's going to be Tower of Babel. We're trying to get our money up, man.
Definitely
Maybe
so.
farthest away from some of the airdrops potentially.
Yep.
But even still, we got to play for our loot. So we're going to be playing for Tower of Babel. This spells good news if you're an NBA or Inc. fan.
That's right, and even for the next one, because you mentioned a priority spawns, they don't get it here, they might get it in the next round, right? In round 4, where it matters most, we take a look at our operator picks. One Viron's going to be burned out from the side of Inc. Still can use a Tempest if they do so decide. Now, for Fallen to NBA, they're the only 2 that have prioritized the Tempest, which have been incredibly valuable with getting in and out with the Mandel brick. They're still going to have one for a little bit later, but of course, they're going to have to use it at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that my eyes are drawn to absolutely is going to be the fact that Q9, MG, and FN have not touched an Uluru yet. That is good news for them in the later rounds, especially if we don't close out in 4. There's a pretty good chance Inc. is going to use their last Uluru on round 4, not in this round. I expect to see some Noxes in this round. I expect to see maybe a Tempest or 2 in this round just to not use it later in Mandelbricks rounds if you're not comfortable with it. I expect to see some Toxics in this round. This is the most Hat Claws we still have left in a while in this competition. People are valuing Hat Claw in later rounds from what we can tell.
And MG, by the way, has already used their Hat Claw. So
That's right.
while everybody else can, MG cannot. And also for ESG, they've already burned 1 Luna.
Yeah, and it is worth remembering what we talked about at the top of the show with some of our stats and some of those comps. The most kind of normal comp that we see, the meta comp, if you will, for Space City, especially in our competitive tournament, has been Stinger, Luna, Uluru. When you can pull that comp for Space City, you're going to have a nice value add. Some of these teams are going to run out of some of those operators if they're not careful. Of course, not a lot of folks using Luna yet. They're all saving them for Space City.
Space City going to be coming up very, very shortly after this last Brackish, or last, by the way, out of the 3 days. This will be our final airdrop map. Man.
Crazy.
It is. I feel like we have been casting Delta Force for a long, long time at this point in time. I start to get excited. Things are heating up. And the question is, who are we supporting in the chat? Let us know. It was Fallen, right, at the very beginning, and
Still
now,
is.
what, is it still Fallen?
Yeah, look,
There's got to be some Ink fans out
go
there
to
now.
when you go to the English broadcast, I think some people will start maybe changing to Ink. North America audiences don't usually cheer on the teams. They usually say something like, I should have been there, or I could be there. I'm better than that team.
Or
That's-
other things.
That's how North America works.
Right.
The EU teams, they've got great fan bases, and Fallen absolutely showing it out in our chat. So looking forward to seeing what some of our chat will be saying about some of these teams now that Ink is in the lead, man. I am so pumped to see what happens in this next round. And again, as we jump in, I want to listen in to some of the cons of these players right before the match. All right, well, pretty casual, I'm going to be honest.
They seem very relaxed.
I mean, they should be, right?
Yes.
They did what they needed to do to set themselves up well. Right. As we move into this brackish round, folks, again, no Mantle Brick. Whatever they do in this round could set them up well, sure, but they've already got a power position. So if I'm them, I don't care about anything besides getting the AWM, namely because you don't want somebody else to have it and maybe go for that brick, tie you up, and all of a sudden you're now battling in loot value for the top spot. Again, it's not a top two do this, top two do that. It is about winning this whole dang thing. And sure, 2 Mantle Bricks can get you there, but there is a chance that a team does not get 2 Mantle Bricks, which means any Mantle Brick squad will be ranked via loot value. And that's what they were talking about at the end of their comms, listening in game. They said, okay, we got it. Let's run out and get some loot. So let's see what loot we will get in Q9 and FN. Get the T1 spawns on round 3 here in Brackish, which means you will not see Q9 or FN have T1 spawns on our first map of Space City on a Mantle Brick round. Other than that, Taylor, talk me through the rest of these spawns and what we can expect, as already we've got a fight. Never mind. Holy cow, Q9, get entry blood.
Yeah, it's going to be Guart getting the entry frag. Mo called it out from the streets. He kind of hovered to the left-hand side of Museum. He sees FN coming in. He makes the play call and says, this is a team we can take down. Now, for Fallen, this is a big, big test that they have. They need to get their teammate back up, but more importantly, trying to outslay Q9. I understand they didn't get the Mantle Brick, but they are the second team when it comes to assets. They're one of the most aggressive rosters out there, and traditionally, when they get into a fight, Coach, they win it.
Good grief. You guys thought operations was slow. This is nutty. Teams pushing each other, looking for blood early. One way to get your loot up, get your money up, by taking down your opponent's flare. It's right around the corner. I don't think they know it. Of course, we'll come back to the fight as needed. We'll pay attention to the left-hand side of your screen just briefly. Overall, it does look like ESG is doing the tried and true strategy of not bringing in hardly any gear at all. You can see none of their armor slots has been taken up, but here's a fight on screen. Q9, not only the entry blood, but also a blood and a nice trade out from HR. The young gun shooting, but not shooting hard enough. Takes down one member of Q9, but that is it for Fallen. A brutal way to start this battle and a brutal way to go out when they desperately needed money.
Fallen, like you said, desperately needed match earnings. They needed assets. They needed Technic Alloy. They are in last place with 3.52 million. This game doesn't help them whatsoever.
And quickly here, ESG, you saw them pick up some nice loot value already. A big pickup for them, and they are ways away from that original fight. They are all the way up on the north side of the map, taking a look at MG, finding good loot, but now they're looking for their first kills. Onigiri, told you he shot straight. Those are great tags on ESG, forcing them to back up a little bit.
Settle down just a bit, but not for long. This ESG-MG fight might be taking place shortly. They are acutely aware of where each one is at. For MG, a big game is needed. They're currently in 3rd place. They need to catch up to Q9. Great shots on Leon. Will back him up for the time being and maybe gives an opportunity for MG to start penetrating the house.
The first 4 spots to finals are 2 EU teams and 2 China teams. The last 2 spots was North America and APAC. And APAC on your screen, MG, led by Onigiri in stats and abilities. Trying to tag up ESG. Quick look at that mini map on the left-hand side. Looks like there's a flank coming. See how long they can stall out.
But the thing is, even though it's a great flank,
inside,
it is still now, or it is going to be a 3v2. Fu Zhang needs to get up there because MG is starting to push forward. If they can take priority quickly enough, it's going to be a 3v2. Numbers are in their favor.
This is Fu Zhang on the right-hand side. He is the one that potentially could run the flank, but MG's already pushed inside with a Suniva. Q9 off-screen, picking up a graphics card. Solid value. Everybody wants to get their money, but...
Oh, now this is deadly. Now this is really bad for MG. They had priority before. They're finally, they actually are going to take it. This is big. Bonnie's going to get the opening elimination alongside that of Envy. DT will fall. Fu Zhang starts to sprint through the street. He's finally here, but he needed to be here seconds earlier.
Fu Zhang cannot connect. Envy's taking down DT, and all of a sudden ESG is on their back foot. They're on their heels, and Suniva is running you down. We talked about the value of this operator. It's being showcased on main. Fu Zhang over the top, picked up Onigiri though. This guy is cracked. Let's see if he can chase down.
How is he alive?
Suniva, I don't think he's shooting his gun, man. He's just trying to block for his team. Envy on the backside has picked up Lyun, so it is one player alive. Fu Zhang on your screen, and a Suniva just blocking so that Li Yun can get taken out by his squad. They're going to fully restabilize. This is the value of Suniva, a bullet sponge if done correctly.
Still, for Fu Zhang to be alive is, in my opinion, unacceptable, but it's not the worst thing in the world. They've already recovered. All three members from MG are going to be back into play. Again, this started because Fu Zhang went on this long flank. By the time he starts to get involved, there's already a player down from ESG. It was D2 was the first one to fall. The man advantage for MG was taken advantage of. But Fu Zhang, we know, is a player that can make moves. He's a player that can be depended upon. Despite it being a 1v3, he might be able to turn his tides. However, he also might be leaving, and that's not necessarily a bad play either.
I'd be leaving, brother. That's brutal. Especially with the Suniva, it's like, we've seen players, I mean, we saw Mo 1v3 earlier, but doing it against a Suniva who can just literally sit in the corner and then grapple you and beat you down with your shield. We'll come back to that later. Fu Zhang's going to try to restabilize somehow, or frankly just loot up. ESG may be down to one player, but they still have 2.4 mil on that leaderboard. That will include safe boxes, yes, but that military radar they picked up, it's a lot of that cash, so they're doing just fine. Again, this is not a metal brick round, so it's not the end of the world if you get wiped FN, namely being the only team full out, but it certainly would be nice to put some nice stats on the board to make sure you win any tiebreakers. We'll pay attention to these airdrops as well. Should see the first one, it just hit. Right there it is, 13.5 minutes. That one is just off your to the see that team in green, that's 9, running off your mini-map right now on your screen. They're going to be playing around that airdrop. That's that yellow icon right there in the middle of the street. Now we can see it on main. 60 seconds till it lands, and Q9 is taking full control over our first airdrop. This is not the AWM airdrop. This is just high-value loot, usually gold armor, and then a modicum of other things, whether that's fossils or random other items that sometimes add up to a lot and sometimes not so much.
That's right, sometimes not so much. Always fun to hear how tilted you get when you do see an airdrop that just simply doesn't have a lot of value. Happened a couple times throughout our 6 best of 6s over the past couple of days. Ink back on your screen. Opposite, ooh, wow, great shots on the Bonnie. I'm thinking wasted bullets maybe on the Suniva, but geez, Killzall can hit.
We've been saying this for days. This guy's got a straight shot. The fact that it's been all worked out to where they also have the strategy, not just a guy that can shoot straight. Killzall is a dangerous man.
I'm a fan of I need a jersey with Killzall on it at this point. I'm serious, bro.
That's crazy.
Yo, with his face? What do you?
Oh, you mean on the back of the jersey?
What are you talking? Yo, this guy wants Killzall's face.
Honestly, I'm down. Look, Fu Zhang on your screen. As expected, 2 teammates down. He's got some decent loot value on him. He's going to protect what he brought in. He is out of here. First look at the airdrops.
This was decent.
Hey, so far so good, man. Talk about some nice value. You guys can do the math there. That's over $1 mil just in the airdrop alone. And they're going to disseminate this across these 3 players most likely. So pay attention. Obviously, Q9, they're at 5.2 mil, but you're going to see these. Yeah, there they are. The items are just going to be dropped on the ground. They're going to be picked up. So they keep kind of registering on the right-hand side of your screen, but it's the same items, obviously. They're going to stock the safe boxes full of everything that they get their hands on. And at this point, I can imagine that those safe boxes are very much so full. So anything else they pick up will go in backpacks and be at risk of losing. Off-screen, another red item. Stopwatch, not too bad. 214K. As we look at the map, Taylor, we've got Mantle Brick Addiction in the Tower of Babel by themselves. I can only imagine they will find some more loot here shortly.
Yeah, 2.2 or 2.3 million is not bad at all. I do want to bring the narrative back to Q9, however, and the reason why, when we talk about the tiebreaker, if 2 Mantle Bricks or 1 Mantle Brick apiece are gathered, in this case, Inc. has a Mantle Brick. Let's say Q9 gets a Mantle Brick in the next round. It comes down to match earnings. If we finish with only 1 Mantle Brick per team, lots of loot being found once again. This is going to be Skydie on your screen from NBA. The rich get richer, 3.3 million. So where does that put them now? Well, it puts them up in the top 3 if the game ended now.
Talk about a suitcase. My goodness. Got a vacuum for 1.4 mil and a champagne bottle. Crazy. And this is what we expect. A team that has full control of the Tower of Babel, nobody else down here. They're just going to keep looting and looting and looting and looting, stockpile everything that they can, and then try to get out of the map. Now, reminder, we've got a couple extraction points we could play for. Of course, the helipad, one, but namely the one that we always see fought over is our extraction point near dead center of the map to the north side of Tower of Babel. It's one we always see, and I'm not sure, actually I'm positive, the Mantle Brick Addiction does not have any dog tags. They have no ID tags, so they cannot get out via the Tower of Babel. They will have to fight over the middle of the map. But more loot, as per the usual. They're running out of space as well, Taylor.
They sure are. It's another 200,000. Nice. Puts them up to 4 million. This has been a big round for Mantle Brick Addiction, who has had glimpses of wonderful rounds, but of course they've had some devastating losses.
Here's a look at our second airdrop now. This one, extremely important, folks. Q9 has full control over this one as well. This is going to be your AWM and its ammo. This is a game changer when it comes to Mantle Brick rounds in particular. But you have to get out with it. You cannot store the ammo in your safe box. You've got to extract.
This could be the first AWM gathered in our grand finals.
And the last.
And the last, potentially. That's right. Well, excuse me, it will be the last outside of ground loop. But AWM wasn't gathered on our first game. When it came to zero down, the reason why so many teams are battling in the south that nobody was able to work their way up to the northeast, or it should be northwest, to fight.
That's crazy. We got a Sonic Trap on the front of Seneva Shield. I respect the heck out of that strat. As our folks continue to disseminate loot, we've got MG making some interesting plays.
If Q9 gets to AWM, which they're most likely going to get, they're right next to the airdrop, nobody else is around them. This could be very interesting going in to game number 4 because they desperately need a Mantle Brick, and they have the ability to do so. They most likely are going to have an asset lead over that of Inc., so they're going to be in a wonderful spot now going into game 4 if they can get out with the AWM.
And again, you can count the rounds. It's only 10 rounds, but those 10 rounds can be tournament-winning rounds. One shot to the head, and certainly a lot of damage to the body. As we get into these later rounds, Q9 is rich right now. But now it's about playing for the extraction. The middle extraction point has been active. 2.5 minutes on that clock, and we know this middle extraction point is a point that is not just fought over, but bodies will fall there, and many bodies will get out there. Multiple teams often get out at the same time on the extraction point. I want to set it up for something, Taylor. I want to remind everybody that you can extract while crawling. We may see that here in this moment. Middle of the map completely controlled by Q9 for now, but NBA is going to extract via this point if they're going to get out at all.
Unpopular opinion, I don't like where Q9 is currently at, and I think they need to get away from the extraction point. They're too center. They're going to be isolated in between Inc. on the north and then NBA on the south.
It's definitely the best position in terms of getting out of the map, but you're right, they could absolutely be pinched. Right now, they are trying to gain as much information as possible. You can kind of buy some time around those boxes. There's a solid amount of cover around this extraction point, and you can see what K1DE and Mo are doing. They've backed off. They will not extract if this timer hits 0, obviously. You've got to be within range.
Ink's moving in.
But I like this trap that they've set up. This is pretty standard. Most teams will know this. So as Ink comes flying forward, it's going to be Mandelberg Addiction from the backside, Ink from the front side, Q9 dead center. Who shoots first and who gets out of the map could be a game changer. Especially remember, Q9 and NBA, they've got loot in their bags that they need. Oh. And finally, the Blue Eagle.
The Blue Eagle. Oh no.
As per the usual, if you don't kill Blue Eagle early, they're gonna get involved. All right, they always do.
Mandelbrick Addiction has started to move up. K1DE is going to be the closest one to him to potentially go for the engagement. Guar can also peek. Now 38 seconds for the extraction. The Blue Eagle is distracted because it's going to be focused on Ink, so that's not going to be a factor at the moment. Finally, NBA starts to throw some utility. K1DE stands on his 2 feet. Guar is staying as low as he possibly can. He doesn't want to overexpose himself. Look, for Q9, they don't need to fight this. They just want to extract 7.3 million assets obtained.
15 seconds. Everybody's going to just sprint for it and close their eyes and hope that they don't get gunned down. You got to be within range to get out of the map. And these teams desperately need it. Here goes NBA. They're going to make the move, and they're going to get tagged by some equipment, but they're just trying to get on the point for 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. He's still crawling, folks. He's still crawling. He will get out. Q1, Q9, K1DE may get a kill in 1 cleanup, but we've got 4 players out from that point, and 2 easies going to go clean up the rest of the mess.
And that means the AWM is safely in the hands of Q9 going into map 4, another Mandelbrick round. They've got the asset lead now over that of Ink, which means if it comes down to a tiebreaker, they will have a distinct lead. The round's not over just yet, still 4.5 minutes remaining, and a couple of teams still need to leave.
All 3 players of Q9 get out. The strategy paid off. Mandelbrick Addiction lose 2 but get 1. We take what we can. It's a nice win for them, but they couldn't get there fast enough. Frankly, Blue Eagle played spoiler there. They needed Ink to get into the mix to try to draw some fire. Otherwise, they were going to get shot down.
Yeah.
We got a crawler out, and that's the best we could do.
Blue Eagle. Blue Eagle doesn't come in. That fight gets a lot more deadly for Q9, so thank goodness the Blue Eagle is there if you're a Q9 fan. Now, for MG, they started this round in 3rd place. And they should maintain it if they somehow manage to get out.
Now, when we start thinking about possible options here, Ink, I think they know that MG is not too far away. Obviously, there's enough time to actually re-pull the mid-map extraction that we just fought over. Look at the top left-hand corner of your screen right next to the mini-map. Game timer, 3:32. Extraction timer, 3:23. Just enough time. Barely enough time to play for this mid-extraction. Now, there's enough dog tags on the ground that you could theoretically grab those and get out via the Tower of Babel if you need to. But you're not going to be able to get there in time if you miss this one. You've got to choose to go there early if you've got the tags to do so. Otherwise, it's helipad, and, well, I don't think that's happening either. So it's going to be a fight over the middle of the map, MG versus Ink. We're going to stockpile our bags with everything that we can get our hands on. We'll see.
2 minutes and 50 seconds. Things are as quiet as can be. Putting near each other. MG starts to leave. Big assets going their way. Time to extract in the middle. I thought MG maybe might prioritize it. There is an opportunity they still do. Maybe go down towards the south. So there is still a chance. Ink decides to battle against MG. Now, 400K per elimination, taking down MG would be huge for them, an extra 1.2 million.
So they're doing the Dr. Prometheus extraction. This is a fun one, of course. They're not going to risk it via mid-map. They're instead going to go down towards helipad. I don't mind this play. Got plenty of time to do it, especially because there's been so many shots fired. They're likely thinking we can make a play for this instead, or maybe giving it as a backup. Either way you look at it, it looks like Onigiri and Bonnie still going to take a look at the middle of the map. Triple blasters in hand, maybe can make a play. We'll see, but It's an interesting choice. Kind of giving themselves an exit strategy potentially, but they won't follow it for now. We're just looking for kills. Reminder, every single kill is 400K. So these kills are important, but again, we just saw this a moment ago. We just saw a moment where you don't have to get the kills. You just got to get to the point when that timer hits 0. Whether you're crawling or on your feet, it does not matter. Killzall has an angle. Killzall playing the off angle here. MG does not know it. Trigger discipline is going to be key. He only takes the shots when he knows for a fact he can secure the kill. Maybe has been spotted. No, Saniva would be the perfect takedown here to open things up for his team. 52 seconds on the extraction. There's an angle. That could be the time. Is he spotted? No! He takes the shots too late and he tries to go through the face shield. Oh, he's shaking his head. What a mistake. Trigger discipline and patience, absolutely a virtue. But in this instance, maybe waited a hair too long, and Onigiri now on the hunt. They know Killzall's there. Easy has picked up 1. Easy's picked up 2. MG out of here. It didn't even matter. Inc stand tall, not only with the mana break in the last round, being the last team standing, but they've done it again. Back-to-back rounds, back-to-back clean up men. Inc is unstoppable. North America is on top. There is no question about it, and they're going to be able to get out of the map as well. A full extraction, all the kills. What a map for North America. Holy cow. What a way to wrap up this map and wrap up our last map that will not feature a Mandelbrick. Woo! Alrighty. This is a crazy way to start things off, and I say start things off, but frankly, we're about halfway through this competition, or maybe on the penultimate match. Now, Taylor did a great job casting with me there, but we have sent him off while we take a look at our players on stage, because I've got a very special guest with me in the booth. Excited to introduce them and talk all things Delta Force. Got the Beard guys. How's it going, my friend?
Hey.
Can't see you yet, but it's great to have you with me.
It's great to be here, Coach. Thank you so much to Delta Force for having me out there. We've been out here for a few days as guests in China, taking it all in, now experiencing this incredible tournament. It's my first big live esports event, and it's just been crazy.
Dude, it is insane, right?
Yeah.
Like, obviously, the games have been fantastic. Let's start there and then talk about the event as a whole. I mean, how are you feeling? I mean, this is your first big esports event. The audience is going insane every single time a red item is pulled. Like, any exciting moment, it's utter chaos. I mean, how does it feel to be in an environment like this where it's so loud and exciting?
It's amazing. I mean, the reds these guys are pulling is like nothing I've ever seen before. It's absolutely crazy. And every time, especially when one of the Chinese teams picks up a huge red, people just go crazy in the whole arena. It's been really amazing to see.
Yeah, well, the hometown buff, obviously, nice.
Yeah.
But North America somehow on top. I mean, did you watch any of the other qualification parts? I know you've been flying. I mean, you've been flying a long way. So you've been seen a bit. North America somehow are on top right now. I mean, how are you feeling about the stage of the competition right now? We're moving into what will be 3 rounds, Mandelbrick's on, and maybe the end, even in round 4.
Yeah, I think, well, this is everything to play for, right? And we've seen players and teams saving their operators, saving their Lunas, saving Uluru, waiting for this round 4, and for Inc, they've got to go for it this game. This is their chance. They can just close it out. You know, we went downstairs earlier and we met some of the players. We chatted to Inc. The American players, they were so chilled, so relaxed. They're talking about what they're going to do afterwards. And, you know, now they're crushing it. So it's great to see. I'm really happy for NA.
Well, I want to turn my eyes towards you, man. Obviously, you make some fantastic content. You do a lot of streams. You've got a lot of hours in the game as well. What's your strat? If you were to play in a tournament like this, now that you've seen how hot the competition is, are you a guy that's like a highly aggressive player, or are you somebody that's going to play a little slower and focus on looting?
I'm more like slow and tactical. You know, I'm a bit of an older guy. I'm not going to be competing with these. I don't have the reaction speeds for this kind of thing. But yeah, I'd be out there trying to get the loot, trying to play the angles. But yeah, I couldn't. This is way above my level.
I love it, man. Well, I want to talk about you, man. Talk to me about your content, what you've done with Delta Force. Obviously, a huge event here. But tell me a little bit about yourself and maybe some of the people at home.
Yeah, so I'm Ben. I run a channel called The Beard Guys, and it's mostly focused on like tips, guides, informational content I make for new players, for experienced players, and I've been doing that, since the game first came out on PC, like late last year. Now I've been doing a lot of console content for the new players joining on PlayStation and Xbox.
Yeah.
So if you've got anything to learn about maps, tips and guides, operators, The Beard Guys, got a lot of content on YouTube there. Should be able to help everyone out. So.
Dude, that's super, super cool. Well, we love, obviously, our content creators in the Delta Force ecosystem. We've done a lot of show matches in the past. Are you somebody that might step into doing some more competing where you can?
I don't know if that's me. You know what? I feel like I'd rather be standing here, I think, than sitting down there. But I love watching it. And you get some tips from it. I can't play at their level, but you suddenly see them. You're like, I did not know this angle existed, or this how you could use that utility. So there's a lot to learn from it. I can't play in the way they do, but you can still get some tips.
Yeah, trust me, I can't play like them either. I'm more your speed, man. I'm a lunar. I'm a little bit of an older.
Yeah.
Well, talk to me about favorite operators. Obviously, you make guides on everyone. What's your favorite operator? Maybe right now.
Right now, I'm kind of Hacklaw main. I had been lunaring for a while, and then since console came out, I've been playing on console, playing solo a lot more, and I really like Hacklaw as a solo operator. Is really really powerful. So yeah, I've been Hacklaw main as of late. It's been working well.
I like that a lot, man. All right, well, okay. What's the most recent guide that you've put out? What's the most recent YouTube video? What content are you grinding for right now?
So I'm kind of prepping for the new update, really. There's been a few big beginner guides go out recently for console players. I did a Lyali Grove guide, but now we've got the new update, the new Season 6 starting Tuesday for Global. So as soon as I get back from China, I'm going to be straight on it, streaming that, making guides on that. We've got a new operator to cover.
Nice.
We've got all of the new patch notes, so I'm going to be going through all of that. Once I'm back home.
Heck yeah, man. That's awesome. Well, hey, have you had a chance to explore China? I know you guys have been on the run, but have you been exploring China at all before you got to the stadium?
Yeah, I came in on Friday into Shanghai, and then we've had a couple of days in Hangzhou. We've been around. We've been eating some amazing food. We've been seeing the big lake. We saw this huge drone show last night.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Over the lake. Delta Force themed drone show. None of us knew it was going to be Delta Force, and suddenly Demolin's face was up there. Space City boss. We're like, what? Everyone just went nuts. It was crazy.
That's so cool. Well, while we've got you, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from this last game. It was insane, and I just want to give you a chance, man. Talk to me about some of these highlights. What did you see from that last round that surprised you, maybe?
Yeah, the last round was kind of crazy. It's been interesting seeing how different teams play when there's no Mandelbrot, right? You've got no Mandelbrot to think about this time round, so it's a different vibe. We saw Fallen go crazy early. They were taken out straight away. It was a shame for them, but yeah, Q9 have been crushing it. They look like such a strong team.
Yeah, that is a good shot. I mean, also, airdrops totally changed the game, right? A ton of high-value loot in there. AWM, do you talk about this weapon at all in some of your guides?
Yeah, it's not really like a new player weapon.
That's
so
right.
much. I think most people are scared to take it out with them because it's worth so much. Everyone gets gear fear and it sits in their stash.
Yeah, that's so true. Gear fear is real. On this stage, though, man, they've got no fear.
Yeah.
That AWM is huge. All right, this extraction at the end, we got to talk about it. Even the one in the middle, the one you're seeing right now, insane moments. Talk to me about those extraction moments that you've had in the past of the timer is ticking, everybody's swarming. What's that feeling like when you're please, that timer's got to hit 0, I got to be alive?
Yeah, I love it. It's the most exciting, tense part of the game when you're extracting, particularly when you're doing it solo or when you're going to share an extract, like you're on Space City, you're dropping smokes and you're running in at the last second. Yeah, those are the moments you live for.
Well, some great moments. Inc, of course, on top. North America went crazy and continue to do so. But, man, what an exciting look back on those highlights and a great day thus far. So you've explored China. You've seen the stadium. You've seen the competition. It's now time where I have to put you in the hot seat, all right? It's time for you to give us your predictions.
Woo.
Before I ask you for the prediction, do you have a team you came in, you're like, okay, I'm going to cheer on this region. This is the region I want to cheer on?
I came here and I was like, I'm here representing Europe, I'm here representing EU, so I've been supporting the EU teams, but me and the Ink guys as well, seeing how Ink have been playing, and I'm here with a bunch of American creators.
Yeah.
I'm really happy to see him doing well, and if Ink crush it in this next game, I'll be very happy, man.
I love that. Well, look at our round 3 results. Q9 at the top in that round with 7.27 mil extracted with or in safe boxes, and that extra 4 kills, obviously a huge boon. Here's a look at our damage charts overall. Pretty even spread, a lot of fights, especially around those extractions. A fun map overall, and our last non-Mandel Brick round. I will say, Beard Guys, or Ben, I guess I'll call you Ben.
Yeah,
that's
Ben's
your
good.
channel.
Ben's good.
Ben, talk to me about it. If you were playing Delta Force and kills became a way to earn extra loot value, just straight up getting kills 400k, would you prio that more?
I don't know, maybe. I feel like, but then you bring in so much extra risk, right? If you're playing with a squad, if you're playing with your boys, you got a team, you feel confident, you go for it. If you're playing solo, it's a big ask.
Yeah,
a lot to take on.
It definitely changes this competition, and I love the change in a competitive setting. Maybe pubs, I agree with you, maybe not so much. 7.27 mil is what they extracted with. Absolutely the best team in this round, as you or Mo, K1DE, put on a show for us with 4 kills as well, and it was K1DE as the top MVP from this round. 2 kills, 3 assists, 2 OKDA, and of course a 304 damage count. What a fun round, man. I'm so glad you were able to join me up here. That was a blast.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. It's been a pleasure to be up here talking to everyone, and really good to meet you, dude.
Well, hey, last thing for you before we send you off. Plug yourself, man. Say it one more time. Where can people find you? You make great content, great guides, and there's a lot of people watching.
Yeah, come find me on The Beard Guys on YouTube, The Beard Guys on Twitch. Loads of videos, loads of streams. Come watch me there. Come hang out. You can learn something and have a good time.
I love it. Thanks so much for joining me, man.
Hey,
I'll see you
thanks
later.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that was the Beard Guys. You heard it from him, man. He plays like me. He's a loot goblin. I like that a lot. Check out his guides. We've had a great round and excited about the next couple, but I've got Taylor, Reflections Noble, back with me. And while I've got you up here, getting all set back up, Taylor, what'd you think about that round?
It was an insane round for a number of different reasons. First and foremost, let's just go ahead and talk about why, okay? It's got to be because of the fact that Q9 gets out. Now the assets start to get scarily close between not only themselves, but also the likes of Ink. And now you also got to think of the fact they have the AWM. We're going back into Mandel Brick rounds. And Q9, let's not forget, nearly multiple times was able to decode that Mandel Brick. It was stolen away in like the last 30 or so seconds. So now with the AWM, despite them not having priority spawns, I still think they're going to be in a great spot. Let's go ahead and listen in to the winning moments from the winning team.
Yeah. 看不到人，给了。
乌鸦。
没看到，没看到。小兵，这是小兵，不用管。
穿。
乌一。
我给你捏第二个。
没看到，博物馆没看到。
金条。前卡。
第二个烟。
分，出3红，出3个红。
先回来。
我这。蓝天就是乌鸦，微红后侧扫是2个害爪，一个害爪2个无名，都是4。
别来转两，风都落了，落脸上了，
落脸上了，我往你那边靠，
靠过来吧，贴过来。
我们要先拉波闸吗？
贴过来，然后
我去拉吗？
不用，拉吧。
我去拉。
博物馆有脚，博物馆有人。
快点！城墙没人，城墙一直没人。城墙没人呢，城墙。
换甲，快！你死鬼子换甲！
博物馆有，我们走。
不是博物馆方向来的，是那个塔里来的。果然，
我知道。
到近点啊
！OK，
卷帘门到了，36秒。
左边到了个洞口，
盾是吧？
深蓝。
好。正面也来了，左边也来了。
我要起来打正面了。
打。
得分隔断，一会儿分隔断。
没有。
我右边扫，
我先分，
我知道。
我提前分，我先把右边封了的。
这边隔断很重要。
虎盾了那边。
右边3个4，五色赛红狼害爪。
加你车的点了。车点有。走了。
补不了我。
我补一个。
好不，我打残了一个，好不。
Great comms and, frankly, a great moment. That was probably my favorite moment of the entire map because there was so much chaos around the point. Q90 did a fantastic job, not just securing the AWM, but getting out of the map under pressure like that. We've seen teams fail at that in the past, and they set up early. And you said it wasn't a great spot. I don't disagree. It's very difficult to hold, but they were able to execute it near flawlessly.
Well, let's take a look at our team rankings. Inc. currently in first place. A large reason for that is because of the Mando brick. However, I want you to pay attention to match earnings. Inc. and Q9 are barely separated by just little over $1 million. That could come into play depending if Q9 is able to decode the next 3 Mando bricks. Now, there's a large drop-off from there. MG's been on the struggle bus. NBA, ESG, and Fallen especially, who came into this event as the fan favorite for our chat specifically, and man, Fallen has truly fallen all the way down to dead last.
We've seen teams at the bottom of the leaderboard get the mana brick and leapfrog everybody. That is now the task for anybody down there in single-digit loot values. Anybody below 10 million, which is everybody besides the top 2 teams, you've got to play for the mana brick. It's not unattainable to pick up a double-digit game and get back into the mix, but even a 10 million game doesn't get you into second in loot value unless some of these other teams fail. Looking at our spawns, this is where things get really important to pay attention to. We are moving to Space City, and our prio spawns in the last round were fallen to Q9. You will not see them land at either of those 2 red spawns. They could still, though, get our yellow spawns, which are Tier 2. And speaking of Tier 2, one thing we always see is that you spawn Central Command. If you spawn to the right yellow dot, you could make it to the mana brick first. We've seen teams basically spawn in, close their eyes, and sprint at the mana brick and get there faster than the team on the right side, the right red dot that crosses the pipes because that team is scared. So 2 things could happen. Central Command could sprint to Centrifuge and play for the brick early, or they could play slow and try to get an early pick on one of the teams that does spawn on the right side red dot of one of our Tier 1 spawns.
And one of those early picks, by the way, is going to be on those pipes that are so deadly.
Exactly.
We consistently see a knock. I want to point out something to somebody, or to everybody, excuse me. Inc. could have priority spawns.
100%. They can in the tournament.
But in the tournament in just 4 rounds. Talk about a tremendous opportunity. With the way we've been listening to their comms, right? Going into them, they sound calm, cool, and collected, right? Something that is very important. They seem like they're all on the same page. North America can honestly do this.
Yeah, and confident, by the way. The only hat claw that can be used is ESG. Beard guys like them. Apparently everybody else does too. Hot Claw, a popular commodity early in this competition, and now only one team can use them. Now take a look at that Luna column. Everybody has a Luna they can use, and everybody has 2 Lunas that they can use besides ESG. But of course they have that Hat Claw, so they got recon for days. Everybody does, because you need it on Space City. And again, the popular build for Space City, Luna, Uluru, Stinger, everybody can do it. Most can do it twice.
Right. I'm very excited, especially from the side of FN NBA, because they still have a Tempest that they can use, and they are just phenomenal to watch with the Tempest play. Again, I feel Tempest has been drastically underused, but that's okay. Uluru is still going to be there. And by the way, Uluru for Inc., they only have 1 more left.
That's right.
So do they fully commit everything, put all their eggs in one basket, and use their theoretically best operators, theoretically, historically, the most successful operators for getting a Mando brick to secure it in 4. Guys, it can happen. North America can do this. However, Q9 is also just behind them too. Q9 in the assets race, they can absolutely come back. If they get a Mando brick, things start to get scary for North America, and China could truly be on top.
It's not only scary, it's not only possible, it's like almost probable. Think back to what we did in the last 3 best of 6s on each day. We have not seen a round 6 yet. We're on best of 6 number 7, and we have not seen a round 6. That is insane to see, especially because of our online qualification series. We see it all the time. So remember that. Remember, we could go to 6, but if history repeats itself, we went to 4 3 out of 6 times in the last 2 days, and we went to 5 the other 3 times. Very probably 50% chance, if history repeats itself, that we end in 4 here, and it has to be Inc. Yes, it could be the last match, it could be the penultimate match, or it could be the 3rd to last, but whatever it is, it's going to be a dang good time.
Inc's done it before. The way they qualified for Grand Finals was because they decoded 2 Mandel bricks, and they did it in 4. They've already done it just last night. Q9, though, on the opposite end, they've also done just that too. Will they settle for second place, or do they want to go broke? Do they want to go for it all? The first Mandel Brick round on Brockish was exhilarating. We witnessed every single roster go to Museum to challenge the decoding of the Mandel Brick, to steal it for themselves. But one by one, players started to fall until the last 3 remained. That was Inc. This time around, will they be able to do it again, or will Q9 rise up to the occasion? But it's not just them, is it? We also have Fallen at the very bottom. When you think about Mandel Brick Addictions and their qualifying run, how did they do it? They did it by getting 2 Mandel Bricks. They can do it. Let's go in to the next game.
10 kills, bro. 10 kills.
Buddy is going.
You're smurfing. It's actually crazy, bro. I feel like I haven't been putting in much work, and I have like up there with kills too in 5.
You're second highest in the lobby, tied with Gewer. Did
Oh,
you
yeah.
diss the Seneva?
Did I? Disc him?
Yeah, both of you did.
Bro,
You hit him direct on.
Let's go!
I saw him in that corner. I sprinted over to it. I looked at the top, and he did a thing, and it came down on him, bro. That shit
He laid down, I shot his legs.
Bro, that shit was so funny. You tickled him and he died, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice.
They may call it a tactical deployment, but
it never is with them.
The boys call it a good time to just rehash what just happened. And frankly, I'm right there with them. That was fun. And I'm going to be honest, too, we did get a chance to see their coach, Zapak, and he said, "Finish it, boys." And we said, "Sure, sounds good if we're a North American fan." I got a lot of folks in the chat. We want to hear from you. Who are you a fan of? Who do you think is going to win it all? Or frankly, I think the better question is, how many rounds will it take? Could Inc. end it right here on Space City, or will we have one more round, or maybe even 2? Space City loading up right now. The players are loading in as we speak, folks. The first thing we will pay attention to is priority spawns. The second thing we'll pay attention to is who gets to the Mandel Brick first. 2 minutes and 45 seconds is the timer before you can pick up the Mandel Brick. And we are dropping in as we speak. Here we go. Mandel Brick Addiction and MG Prio spawns, and it's ESG in command build.
Oh, but Q9 gets arguably one of the worst spawns available on the map, at least for the Mandel Brick attack. That is going to be tough for them for sure. This is one of those dangerous crossings, hopping about, gets away unscathed.
Mandel Brick Addiction getting shot at by ESG. Both teams sprinting towards this Mandel Brick. One zipping, the other sprinting. MG already in a bit of trouble, and as per the usual, the other fight that oftentimes happens is the team from Dormitory taking shots down at the team that gets Prio spawn at Westgate. Tags him up, but doesn't knock any down. Shout out to my boys, AKA, missing out on land because of that exact same strategy. Missing out on the stadium because they get shot in the back before they can barely move. MG have made it to Centrifuge and should play inside of Centrifuge until this brick spawns. The decoding station right here in this alleyway is the one that has been priority decoded at every single time, aside from, I believe, twice. One time we went to the north around that passage that we've been talking around those pipes at T1 spawn on the right-hand side of the map. The only other time on Space City we've not seen this decoding station, wow, nice fuel there to start things off, was indoors. Now, look at operators, about what we expected. Fallen running quote-unquote meta. MG running quote-unquote meta. A couple other folks running 2/3 of quote-unquote meta. As we take a look at our loot, MG has picked up a stopwatch, but ESG has found that 1.5 mil fuel.
No Tempest for Fallen or NBA. Inc. will use the last Uluru, committing everything in terms of loot as well, mind you. Inc. wants this. Now, typically, I'm quite critical of a team playing very passive. However, Inc. played passive enough to the point where by the time they joined for the first Mandel Brick attack on Brockish, they were the healthiest going into the final fights, and it paid off. This time around, they look to be taking the same page from that very playbook. They're going to stay up north.
FN out of the equation, hanging out in Dormitory. The fight around the Mandel Brick, as per the usual, involves a lot of teams taking control, taking the space in these buildings. Centrifuge right now is MG. ESG is going to be going for the brick potentially. No, they're going to stay up high. Looking over it, Q9 could be first to the brick on the low side. We know that Mantle Brick Addiction likes to get a pretty aggressive here. Mantle Brick Addiction in test facility. Black Chamber technically the top of it. ESG's. Here goes APAC, here goes MG. They grab it on spawn. It's got a lot of smokes on it and bullets rain down as well. Uvalier trying to tag and tags but doesn't get a knock.
Uvalier running forward. Mandelbrick picked up from MG. This is big for them. They weren't too far behind when it came to the overall standings, so getting a Mandelbrick here could be massive.
And they had control of Centrifuge, so it only makes sense that we're going to put it in the decoding station that we all know and we all love. Viral moments have been made at this decoding station. This alleyway has a lot of looks, a lot of sight lines that can look at it, but no one can truly hold it unless you're sitting kind of out in the open.
Right.
Somebody's got to control the ramp outside of Centrifuge. If you want to guard the backside of this, and to guard the north side, you're just going to have to peek out of the door if you're MG.
Teams on the outskirts, Q9, Fallen, Inc., all three of those rosters most likely going to have a huge impact once the brick has been at least transferred hands once, and I expect it to be transferred with how aggressive the first one was. Whether it's going to be MG holding on to it, I don't think so. ESG, NBA most likely going to get a touch, and then we're going to see the outskirt teams, Q9, Fallen, Inc., start to move in.
And ESG obviously collecting a bunch of information with Ultimate High. Can't shoot at him, but get a lot of info. Some of the teams roaming up. Our security director has been a pain in the side of many folks, so why not take him down if you can? Skydee has done this before. Shock Arrow should take down security director if he can connect, and weak enough to clean him up. All right. Not going to get a sniper in the back of the head when you desperately don't want it. Here's that ramp I was talking about. Nobody's actually holding this position, which is quite atypical for these positions, but it's because nobody actually has control of the decoding station. MG just hanging out in Centrifuge. It's going to allow Q9 to push up, and Mo does have the AWM. That's that sniper that he's got in his secondary position. They're just trying to get any info. And as they come pushing up the ramp, they're probably like, wait a minute, nobody's here? They're all in the buildings. They could make a quick play for a quick steal.
I think they are. Yeah, Mo's going for it.
They just want to force anybody to try to take a look. Now that they technically are out in the open, yes, but they technically have eyes on the decoding station as well to cover it.
That's big for Q9. Now they can back away, and also deadly because Mo has the AWM, so he's going to have a great, perfect line of sight. Taking that ramp for free was critical.
And minimap-wise, you see Fallen creeping down the western side of the map. So now that Q9 has control over the ramp, the onus of responsibility is going to come from not Fallen, who's going to have to go up the ramp to get to him. It's going to be one of these other teams, either MG trying to come out of Centrifuge, NBA potentially playing low side. But a stalemate for now.
Plenty of time still left. Fallen, the only team relatively close, maybe making an attempt from the outside. But Envy is curious. Staying as close as he is. Maybe you assume MG starts to make a move. Inc, by the way, risking quite a bit staying on the northern side.
Inc is not getting involved at all. They've got a mana brick. They are going for loot in Central Command. And I'm sure that they're hoping that this brick will be stolen over and over and over again and fought over so much that they can come in and play cleanup. Their goal was to loot first, ask questions later, and unfortunately, they don't end up finding much in Central Command. ESG started there, they didn't stay there very long. Here's a look at our map and see where they are. They are now on the move.
Said moving up. Time starts to tick away. The more time that ticks away, the more nervous the close teams start to get. In this case, MG and NBA.
Go.
Like you said, here we are. Skydee starts to move up. Players all around, but no worries. You've got to make an attempt here. You cannot afford to allow Q9 to get this Mandel brick. It simply just cannot happen. You need to get it for yourself. And with NBA being nearly half or over half below in assets of Q9 as well as Inc., A double Mandel break is going to be a huge win condition. They finally attack onto Q9. One player is going to be dropped. That's going to be K1DE. The Mandel brick is now wide open to at least get a touch. Mandel brick addiction is going to take priority over this moment. Mind you, Too Easy is also down. Fallen, Inc. are starting to fight.
A nice steal here, but NBA get punished for it. Mo patiently, yes, they lose one. They let them get the steal. Then he cuts Uvalier down. It is now 2v2 when it comes to Q9 and NBA. However, Q9 have a body to res, NBA does not. NBA have the Mandel brick, but they don't have their third, and MG is going to slowly but surely creep up, and Mo hits it. Mo hits the sniper shot. This could be an opening for Mo, not only to go for the decode, but he could go for the team wipe after the decode if he wants to. It's about to be utter chaos as MG can even creep up and get involved in this fight.
Q9 lose control. They look to be crumbling, but just like that, they take it back for themselves. Onigiri taking down Sky. The NBA is out.
NBA fully eliminated. They went for the steal and they got it, but they're the only team to contest in that moment. Sniper shots ring true. It's no wonder Q9 felt comfortable in that position on the long angle. They knew they could hit their shots, and when they did, the tides would be turned back in their favor. Here's a look at ESG as they've found an angle on Killzall. The top fragger is out, and now Inc on the run. ESG looking for kills, and when the smoke clears, could pick up easy, but backs off instead. They're going to go play for the Mandel brick potentially, but not immediately.
MG still 3 strong. Onigiri is going to be the closest one to the Mandel brick. Bujang! We've been highlighting him consistently throughout the days, and that's going to be a long-range shot onto Bonnie. MG now with just 2 players up. Onigiri again. That's the one I'm looking at to potentially challenge the sight of K1DE, but it's going to be hard to get through the AWM that Mo possesses, but Fallen is making an attempt from the south ramp.
I just don't know what that MG player was doing that far away. Maybe trying to play a flank, I don't know. But a brutal loss, ESG just finding kill after kill completely uncontested.
Fallen's got to go. Fallen's got to go. They might be pushing up relatively soon. Mo with AWM is going to be instrumental, but they're also getting pushed from the opposite side of things. This is going to be great for Fallen, but Fallen is going to fall. HR is going to be down, but DT is going to drop K1DE. He's also going to get the full pickup. Fallen can still push up. Like you said, here they come. Mo is doing everything he can, but DT has got onto the site, and he's going to get the decoding started.
Guys hitting quick shots on main, and they're still up somehow on this ramp. Take down HR into full yellow timer. It's going to be a 2v2 on ramp, and ESG can pinch here for free. There is nobody on their backside contesting them right now. Ink's been on the run for a while. They're trying to restabilize while the fight around the brick is happening. Plenty of time on the decode, but ESG in the best position by a 3 mile as 2 go down, and now Bishka. The sub from the qualifiers made it to land. They made it to this position, but he's not going to be the hero, not in this map. Mo is unstoppable, and ESG are going to try to come clean him up.
But once again, Inc has stayed alive. Inc is going to be 3 strong, and they're going to be rotating up towards the north and then back down towards the south, potentially to sandwich ESG between Q9 and themselves. Inc, an opportunity to steal this steal it away, much like they did in Game 2. The question is, do they have it in them? They took the risk to stay silent in the north, and now they find an opportunity to finally attack.
For Inc to win over ESG here, it's going to take a little bit of help from MG. I think this is going to be a very difficult fight for them to win. Sure, if you get first blood, you get player advantage, you can make the push. It's possible. We know Inc has the gunny. With a little help from MG, they could do a lot here, and they could win. And MG does not want to help. MG is not in a position where they're going to earn very much money in this competition if Inc closes out right here. But you're right, MG, they get Inagiri out, and ESG is hitting their shots, and they are sprinting at their opponents. They're going to leave the decoding station because it's only 10 seconds, and they've got player advantage. They've got the high ground. They've got everything they want and more. ESG wiped the lobby besides one single player from Q9, and ESG, the home crowd heroes, get the Mandel brick.
ESG, what a battle it was. It was DT holding his ground for the longest time. He also was the one who got the decoding started for the side of ESG. An epic battle for sure, but 2 rounds or 2 Mandelbrick rounds in a row goes where Q9 takes the initiative. Q9 sets up around the Mandelbrick, but Q9 once again falls short.
No team is playing passive anymore. They may lie and wait for a little bit, but no brick will be given for free. All of them have got to be earned. There may be a prize for second place, but it pales in comparison to first. And of course, the commendation to say you are the first Delta Force Invitational champion. ESG, they stand next to Inc. on the leaderboard now. The only 2 teams with a Mandelbrick. So regardless of their loot value, they will be 1 and 2. But the loot value now matters between those 2. You want to be first? You either have more Mandelbricks than your opponent, or you have more loot value, Taylor. And I think Inc. is technically, by a lot, winning in that category still. Inc. will be in first at the end of this map, but ESG leapfrogs to second.
Picking up 8 eliminations this game. I don't know if they'll be able to chase Mo down, maybe. Mo's still running around in the vicinity. There is an opportunity potentially to pick up 9. Surprisingly, Q9. Mo himself, he's pulled off 1v3s before. Does he tempt fate this time around? Does he go for the additional 1.2 mil in earnings from the elimination category? I would say for anybody else, probably back away. But for Mo, maybe he can make it happen.
He's got 1 bullet left in the AWM. That's good for 1 kill.
Is there, I mean, how much value is there to stay back?
Oh, nice satellite dish, sure. We'd take those. It's under 471K. ESG is definitely not going to take any chances. They're going to check all the angles. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think for Mo, it's not that he's not going to take these fights. He's going to take them. It's just a matter of when. And I think the answer is the win is actually going to be where. It's going to be around the extraction zone. It's going to be around this extraction point. We know the one that we're talking about. Mid-map, under the bridge. A tried and true classic. It's got 3.5 minutes on it. About a minute before the game timer closes. I can't imagine all 4 of these players get out on it. It has happened before.
Oh, they're going straight into Mo.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. This is the extraction point.
They've set the trap.
He's going to sit here with this trap. He's got to hit his AWM shot, I think.
He has to.
He's got to get a knock to make it a 1v2.
Has to.
But Mo's won 1v3s.
Oh, don't peek too soon, Mo.
A couple of times, which is insane to say.
Right. Peek too soon. Stay patient here, Mo. For ESG, already a big win, right? Getting the Mandelbrick is massive, but getting out with 6.8 million, I mean, come on. That's going to put them that much closer. Or even surpassing Inc.
One down.
Oh! Misses the shot, but the down is still going to be big on Liyun. An opportunity to take DT, potentially bunny hopping up, but doesn't get enough shots taken. But good news is, player hasn't been picked up yet. Nice shots, DT, very low. Liyun as well. Mo standing up. There is no way Mo can get 1v3s 2 times in the grand finals. The res is starting to take place. Mo is running out of options, and I think this is where the heroics start to come to an end.
He can connect on a well-placed grenade, get him weak. He could line him up and knock him down. But you're right, he needed to pick up Liyun on the rotation. They don't know that Mo has made this rotation, I don't think. Whoop, 1 shot fired, maybe they do now. Mo hears him advancing. Gonna reposition, take a fight from another angle, gets 1, gets 2. Can he line them all up? Mo will get his 3rd 1v3. If he can isolate this one, here's the step from the right-hand side. He's got half health. He doesn't get it, but it was dang close. Mo almost a hero for Q9. Mo almost the best fragger this tournament has ever seen. He may still hold a claim to that title eventually, but not in this map. Holy cow, that was way too close for comfort. ESG was sweating.
I'm sweating now, man. I say surely not, no way. Mo runs out of options. Once the reset happens, you think time is up. But Mo steals it right back and makes it exciting to the very end. Mo, arguably one of the best players in Delta Force competitive whenever it comes to operations. And the crowd has taken notice. The fans have taken notice as well. Despite him falling, he has still proven to be a factor even when the odds are stacked against him.
Q9, Mo, ESG, Zhang, these are all players and teams the crowd here know well. But our global audience is starting to know who Mo is. Our global audience is paying attention, and I think Mo's fan base is growing. Here's a quick look at that replay from the last rep. Several replays here. Of course, ESG, they get the first knock on Ink, and they know that no one can get to the decoding station in time, so we're going to wipe everybody else out. It's a signal flare, as it always is, to push the equation. Here's Mo's signal flare. He hits that AWM shot. I think Mo wins this. And then back against the wall, picks up 2 in a row, loses half his health, and almost wins this fight. It was a great effort, but also a great execution from ESG. As much as it looked like Mo was putting on a show for us, which he was, ESG did play it right. They get the mantle brick, they all get out, and they get the kills. ESG just put up a gigantic round, a round that was very similar to what Ink was able to do. ESG gonna be top 2, and it's actually gonna be fairly close at the top.
Very close indeed. In fact, I think they might have done enough to get within striking distance to overtaking that of Ink, and that puts the pressure on North America. That puts the pressure on Ink because no longer do they have that distinct advantage of being the only team with a Mando brick. ESG joins the party. We've got 2 more space cities left, or a potential of 2 space cities left. Let me reiterate, we have gone through 2, or this is now the 3rd day of competition. This is officially our 8th best of 6 at this point, man. And you have to consider, we have never gone to a game 6.
That's right.
We have always ended in either game 4 or game 5. So the chances of this tournament coming to an end in the next map are incredibly high.
100%. You're 1,000% right. We've broken that down. The stats are insane. Interestingly enough, though, online stages, at least that we have casted over, that I've casted over, it's been about 33% across the board. It's been about 33%. 4, 5, or 6 being our last round in these best of 6 matches. We've been playing underneath this format for a while, and it's usually about even.
That's right.
On land, it has not been at all. However, the gameplay today in the stadium is very different than the gameplay that we saw in the stages leading up today. The last 2 days have played totally different because of the qualification process of getting, hey, if we're top 2, we make it. Hey, if we're top 3, we go to the next round. When you're playing for first, I think it's a high likelihood that we go all the way to game 6.
Very much so. Very much so.
Nobody's giving bricks for free.
No, not at all. I mean, this has been the most aggression we have seen on a Mando brick throughout the entirety of our competition here at the Delta Force Invitational in 2025. Before, I mean, again, it was getting the Mando brick, getting out for free. We weren't seeing basically any fights take place. Now we are. But the stakes are also higher. And nobody wants to play for second place. Everyone wants to go for first. Now, I go back to ESG taking that win in the fashion they did. Phenomenal. DT was a large reason for their success. But Q9, as I said during the commentary, I'll say it once again, they were the first team to take the Mando brick for themselves. They desperately tried to hold on. In fact, they stole it twice in total. But in the end, they couldn't hold on to it. The same thing happened in Game 2's battle for the Mando brick. Q9 has gotten so close, yet impossibly far away.
Yeah, and again, it's not something that we saw as much during the lead-up stages, the first 2 days. It's a good call-out from you, Taylor. And again, I think it still comes down to that same topic, is that because they're only playing for first, people just got to get more aggressive. And because of that, the team that plants the brick isn't always the team that's getting the brick. We've seen that in online stages. We're seeing that here on the stadium. I don't think we'll end in round 5, but it is absolutely possible and even probable. But as we look forward, we go back to Space City, and it will be a Mantle Brick round every round going forward. There can only be a maximum of 2 more. Will be Space City and be a Mantle Brick. So of course we got to talk about spawns. We got to talk about some of these teams and what they need to do. And right now, the only thing some of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard are thinking is, how do we get the Mantle Brick, man? Let's take a look back on that map, some of the highlights from that round. what went right, what went wrong. And I think the big question in our minds and a lot of people at home is what's going wrong for EU? Both of our EU teams struggling a bit. MG grabbed the brick, planted, but unfortunately couldn't get their feet underneath them.
Yeah, man, they've been on the struggle bus for sure. Alongside that of NBA was Mo, who ended up taking the Mando brick for Q9 initially. Now that was big news, and they did so by getting the ramp for free. But they did run into some issues. It was NBA who ended up taking down K1DE, but Fallen started to join in the mix on their lone rotation through Street up the ramp. NBA, they did get a touch on the brick, but of course it was Mo taking it right back for Q9.
Yeah, taking it right back was nice. MG Onigiri is the one that actually struck down Mana Brick Addiction. Nice crowd swalking. We've all done it. It certainly pays in time. But ESG picked up a couple free kills that I was just literally thinking and even exclaiming on broadcast, what? What's going on? How are we getting these for free? People didn't know where they were. Because of that, they were able to take full control over the decoding station. And as teams were fighting, ESG came in and played cleanup. But not before Mo could be the hero, man. Mo picked up a triple there, got more, and then almost triple killed ESG. And then this is the moment where Inc was trying to make a play to end the tournament. And unfortunately, because DT had the angle on our first Inc player over the top, it was just blood in the water. ESG chased down all the kills. ESG comes in, wipes them all. And of course, a heroic moment here from Mo. Right. Almost the best highlight we've seen thus far.
Oh, definitely so. Almost. Well, why almost? Well, it's because Mo ended up getting the best highlight so far with the 1v3, right? So he's gotten 2 incredible plays, but once again, same narrative. Q9 once again falling short. How many times can this continue to happen? But it does make things incredibly exciting going into this next phase city because Q9 has been so close. This time around, if they could just get over that hump, get over that hurdle, we could have an exciting 3 teams with the Mando brick, leaving it up to Game 6.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't seen on LAN yet. You got to remember, we've been talking about this all day. Only ever seen 2 teams with the Mando brick in LAN competition the last couple days. Here's a look at our round 4 results. This is just last round, which is insane to say. Q9 did pick up their 5 kills on the back of Mo almost entirely by himself. But ESG get 9 mil extracted. All 3 got out. Ton of loot value. Mando brick and 9 kills. 9 kills is our kill record in 1 round. Again, that is 3.6 mil. Insane stats added to that. That is a 12+ mil game for them. That's one of the biggest games we've seen thus far. Yep. And because of that, they're going to close the gap on Inc dramatically. To look at the damage charts, Q9 does top them on the back of 1 man and 1 man alone. And I can only imagine that 1 man will be our round MVP.
You would have to assume so. He was caught short a little bit earlier in round 2 when he picks up the 1v3. He wasn't the MVP. This time you would assume he will be. ESG, the best team of Game 4. They get the Mando brick decoded. They get 9 eliminations. And on top of that, around 9.07 total loot extracted with the elims. Total that brings it up to around 13 million, which surely is enough to catch up to Inc, if not be just behind Liu, Fujang, DT. Also your match MVP. Now, I'm actually okay with this. 5 total, yeah, it absolutely does. 5 total kills, 5.0 KD, 891 damage dealt. DT, the name that we were consistently saying with the battle for the decoding, right? He was the one getting in there and making the plays and opening up opportunities for ESG to successfully decode the Mando brick. DT, without him, they don't get it.
Yeah, it's so funny because when I think of ESG, I think of a well-oiled machine. I think of a team. Of course, the individual players have all stood out and made big plays. What I didn't realize in that round was that DT did most of the work. DT was the one credited, at least, with most of the kills. Yes, it was a team effort, but he was the one that picked up a lot of kills in that last round. Makes sense that he's MVP. Let's listen into those comms from ESG.
别急，别急，建筑。这有人，
倒了，这上面
能去换装吗？
能。
快去啊！
我再换，没事，我再换，报价。
炸成了，
多久有人？
他们后面有人，能退回来。
别急。
26，颠倒。
我们
这边有脚，不行。
我就说你别
打，打起来。得走。
哎，让他卡斜坡。
死了，新就死了。
OK，帮他卡斜坡。
里面有人。
我知道，
我去平台了。
卡斜坡吗？
死。
踩斜坡。
OK，我在踩斜坡。别说，
我也踩斜坡。来，我就蹲这了，兄弟，我不动了。
左边可能有，我来蹲吧。
没事，我来吧。
我来斜坡，就老杨这行，没事，没人的，我跟你说，没人，这边掉2个。
对，
小心小白门啊！
听我说，现在是啥样？听我说。
长边。
对，2个长边在那个基大里面进去了，然后1个人在离心里面，懂吗？离心里面应该就是 M。
别说话，别说话。
身上有个脚。
如果你被扫到了，我给你扔烟啊，弟弟，你那位置。
哦。2个人对着，想来。我能打这个。
我站。
倒俩，那不打。
来，我开到这套。等我，不着急。牛逼！
全是
后面还有一个，后面还有斜坡。另一队吗？已经走上来了是吗？他应该想救人，懂吗？来，往前走，不让他救。弟弟快搭线，
就他一个人。
没救起来，没救。听我说，我们还得拉人。OK，那我先去拉人，情报 OK 吗？只剩1个人，全场只有跌包上走了1个。
对，全场就是1个人。
That right there is aggressive communication. You've got to convey information quickly when you're under crunch time like that. One thing I picked up actually in those replays that I didn't notice before was that the kill on Ink was from the Shepherd Sonic Trap. Which I did not notice originally. Kind of crazy to say. A nice pickup for them. Here's the team rankings overall, Taylor. Talk to me about this. Obviously, ESG, the big story is that we thought they would catch Ink. I didn't realize they would pass Ink.
Yeah.
Ink lost a lot of loot value in that last round.
Well, they did, but also you got to think ESG wasn't necessarily too far behind in the asset race. So getting over 12, 13 million elevated them up enough to put them in first place. The pressure truly is on for Ink, but also let's add in Q9. Q9 is right there in the running too. Crazy. They're just behind Dink. They could pass them up easily if they could just get a Mandel brick. I think we're going to Game 6 with ESG, Ink, and Q9 all having a Mandel brick. 2 China's teams versus North America. We take a look at our spawns, and this is where the true test starts. Ink, ESG, Fallen, Q9 all have an opportunity for the priority spawn.
Yeah, this is crazy to say. Mana Brick Addiction, MG had prio spawn, tier 1 spawns. Those are the red spawns in the last round. Couldn't do too much with it, albeit MG did get the brick first, planted it, didn't end up being able to hold that point. So, as we move into round 5, you're right. These are big names around these tier 1 spawns and absolutely could give them an advantage. Ink, Q9, ESG, Fallen, all an opportunity to go play for this first Mana Brick first. And I'll be very curious to see who gets Central Command and how aggressive they play. It's the same one we've been talking about. It's top middle. It's tier 2. Likely going to be one of those tier 2 teams or maybe one of the other folks that don't end up getting tier 1, of course. But as we look at our operators, that Hat Claw is still an opportunity for ESG to use it. Frankly, it's not just an opportunity. I think it's a necessity.
Yeah.
ESG is going to run Hat Claw. They need a recon operator. Without their Lunas on the board, watch out for a Hat Claw from ESG. We've still got 5 out of 6 Ulurus. Of course, Ink burned theirs in the last round. Didn't get a ton of value out of it. So when I look at somebody like Ink, who's trying to close out this tournament now, absolutely going to see a Luna, likely a Stinger, and then it's either going to be Shepherd probably or Tempest. I don't think they're really a Saniva team. Could see it maybe just to get some extra utility, but I think they're going to be looking maybe for a Tempest play.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm excited to see what they decide to do.
Yeah, because I don't believe we've watched them use a Tempest yet, at least to my knowledge. That's going to be new territory for them. Naturally, they committed.
Or really Saniva. I mean, I don't know.
No, not at all. I mean, look, Uluru, that was kind of their, they were banking on the fact they were going to win that game number 4. They fall short, so they committed quite a bit, but that's what you have to do if you want to win this tournament. Game 5. Back into Space City. Another Mandel Brick round. 2 teams with the Mandel Brick decoded. We're talking Ink from the North American side, and then ESG from China, the #1 team coming out of the China location. Will Q9 join the mix? Will we see a team from the bottom rise up? Will that be Mandel Brick Addiction, a team that qualified to this very stage by getting 2 Mandel Bricks decoded in the last 2 games?
That's true. When you think back to the qualification series, this is basically exactly what happened, not in the last 2 days, but in their regional qualifiers. In the EU regional qualifiers, they were at the bottom. Mana Brick Addiction was not a team anybody was paying attention to in their regional qualifiers. They then steal the last 2 bricks and make it to this stage. But the last 2 days have been totally different. They were a top team. They didn't even play yesterday. And they were a squad that everybody said going on to the stadium, going on to LAN. Now they're the team to watch. They're the team that could take down one of these China rosters. Without them really even in the conversation right now, it is absolutely something that we at least have to keep our subconscious on, keep a nod towards, is what can they do on this map? Can they do it again? Can they pull it out? We'll see if EU could be on top. Let's go down to the stage.
我们那对面其实会80%-90%的概率会拉到左边楼梯平台楼梯那一块架着，知道吧？那个很厉害。如果出现这种情况，我没有露娜的情况的话，我们还真不好拿这个砖，懂吗？拿砖会死。
是拉水石这边去吗？
对他们不是，他们会拉到那个中控桥下来的那边那条。
啊，那个楼梯去拉。
Here it is, the map rotation. We've already seen 4 take place. Space City coming up next once again. That's all you're going to see for the rest of the day. Another Mandel Brick round. Ink secured it on Brockish. ESG secured it on Space City. Can they go back to back? Will China steal the championship away from North America? The opportunity is here, but Q9 is also hot on their heels. Will this be the last map, or will we be going to Game 6? It's up to the competitors to decide.
Woo, buddy, it's time for more Space City, and I am so excited to see these spawns. It could dictate everything, or it could be utter bloodbath around this Mandel Brick. Maybe a little bit of both, folks. We are loaded up. Our players are in. It's time to take a look. It's going to be Fallen and Ink with priority spawns. And the only question ringing in my brain is Ink going to make the same mistake as our other North America team? No, they are going to sprint towards Centrifuge. They do not want to be shot in the back by Q9, who are hot on their heels from Dormitory. We got to run, ladies and gentlemen, and we got to also make it across these pipes if we are Fallen.
Nice. Fallen make it. HR took the most damage, but he's going to be okay. Now, Ink, we mentioned it. Priority spawns. They start to transition into the Mandel Brick location. But NBA is also sprinting there. Fallen getting close. MG. But on the outskirts, you've got Q9 up in Dormitory. And then on the other end, you've got ESG.
Yeah, and also pay attention. Q9 does still have AWM ammo. Super important. They will be bringing a sniper into this round. No questions asked, because they conserve some ammo. So watch out for Q9 on the backside of some of these teams on the long angles that Space City offers. A quick look, though. You're right, Mandel Brick Addiction, they came hauling into the middle of the map. They're going to take Buoyancy Lab for now. They were the team that spawned at Central Command. They were the question mark team. I was wondering what they were going to do when they came sprinting. Ink takes a little bit of fire, literally, from our flamethrower troop. But conserving ammo, doesn't even bother to deal with it. So we play for the middle of the map, too easy. They've got position in Centrifuge. Again, this is priority position, Centrifuge building. It's where MG started last time. They got the brick first. It's also where the decoding station is. It makes sense that they sprinted for this building first. Off screen, you don't see Q9 because they are still up in Dormitory, where they spawned, and they're going to play nice and slow. I agree, they don't have to get here quickly. They know they don't really have a clear path to get here quickly. So let's play nice and slow. So right now, the story is Ink and Centrifuge. Fallen in Test. MG has taken over Black Chamber. And Mandel Brick Addiction is in Buoyancy Lab. The 4 corners with the 4 horsemen all around the Mandel Brick.
And Brick up at 15. Who's going to take it for themselves early? Ink sprinted here. As we know, man, there's just a lot of teams around them. That's the way it goes. This is by the way, this is the most aggressive we've seen Ink go for a Mandel Brick yet, right? Yeah, they're going full send into it before. They've been taking their time. They've been hanging out in the outskirts and getting involved late. But this time they take priority, but they get punished. Too easy is down.
HR excited about that knock. The young gun hits his shots. A big take on Ink, and also a take on the Mandel Brick runner. What a take, what a kill. He gets the Mandel Brick, and Fallen said, thank you very much. We're going to take this the other direction. Oh, what a turn of the tables here, Taylor. A brutal moment for Inc., who thought they were free and clear. He almost made it to the door.
But it's not the worst case scenario. Inc. can still get their teammate back into play. All three can still be up, but they can go for a challenge a little bit later on. But for Fallen, a team that has been at the very bottom since the start of Grand Finals, has a chance to elevate themselves up.
Playing patient, though. They don't know exactly where they want to go with this mana brick. As a reminder about the timers, torch timer. That's the timer that you have to carry the torch, aka the mana brick, to a decoding station. Look at what Flair's is doing. This is very common with an Uluru operator. Yes, it's valuable in terms of his kit, in terms of damage and all that good stuff, but that missile is so valuable for recon. Here they go. They spotted a clear path following the path of the guided missile. Smoke and run, and let's push to the same decoding station we've been playing for a very long time.
Ooh.
Fallen are sprinting for it.
They are.
They gotta know what team's inside this building. There's the door open. They absolutely know it now. Smoke's out, bodies out, guns out, and Skydie hits his shots. It is EU on EU violence. And with one down, Mana Brick Addiction absolutely have an advantage as they get the full. And now, FN on the run. They had the Mana Brick, and they still have got it, but they are down to 2 players.
We're taking it down towards the south. Seen this take place before.
3 minutes.
Plenty of time. No reason to rush this. No reason to lose a player too early. Talk about a story. If Fallen can get this Mandel Brick decoded, go into Game 6 and get another one, potentially stealing the championship away. But they got a transition, and they're getting mowed down.
This is brutal. That's a knock on Uzbishka. Q9, reminder, they were in dormitory. They're now all the way on the south side of the map, hunting not only kills, but the Mandel Brick. HR is running for his life. He's got the brick. Everybody can see him on the minimap. All of the question marks are, well, when's this guy gonna die? There's not a decoding station over here, folks. He could go all the way to dormitory. He could take it outside of Buoyancy Lab. But right now, he's playing for his buddy. They're gonna hear this beeping. They're gonna hear this revive. Just a matter of time. HR's gonna have to go huge. Going for early knocks, doesn't connect on enough shots. HR is out of here, FN is out of here. The Mandel Brick is in the hands of a match point team. The Mandel Brick is in the hands of Q9.
Q9, who have fallen short now two times in a row, a chance to finally even up the odds, join the likes of ESG and Inc. with the Mandel Brick themselves. But they haven't got it decoded just yet, right? They've got to get to a station. That's the big thing to take away.
Yo.
And they are going to get into a fight. NBA, though, just in the outskirts. Boldo trying to stay up as hard as he can. Inc, though, continues to push in. Baby B leading the charge. He'll back away.
Yeah, this is a tough fight, rather. Pay attention to the top middle of your screen. We'll keep updating you as well, so you don't forget. This Mana Brick has to be put into a decoding station in the next 70 seconds, or it will respawn in the middle of the map. You don't oftentimes see this happen, but it does happen occasionally. It has happened one time in the last 6 best-of-6 matches that we have casted over on LAN in Studio and now Stadium. This torch timer will run out, and the Mana Brick will respawn in the middle of the map in 45 seconds.
So then who would get priority? NBA?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have basically full control over Centrifuge right now.
Right. Inc, though, not far behind, even though they're only 2 strong. But also gatekeep. But I don't expect them to be the ones to make the push.
Yeah,
for the Mandel Brick.
This is 100% certainty now. Yep. Going to respawn in the middle of the map. Everybody knows it. Everybody can see the timer. NBA knows it. In 8 seconds, you will see that Mandel Brick move back to middle. It'll be just inside your mini-map. Now NBA is making the move towards it. Here comes the respawn in 5 seconds now that it has fully extinguished.
And they're for sure going to get it. Nobody's in the line of sight to mow them down. There it goes. NBA goes for the push, maybe, kind of.
They don't want to like just close their eyes and run at it.
Well, they don't know if anybody's on ramp or not. Inc backed away from that position, so they don't know it's clear.
Here and skate over. Trying to get some semblance of information. No true sense of urgency yet, still 11.5 minutes. Quick update on the map. Obviously, you can see it on your screen now. Inc. way up in dormitory, trying to restabilize with 2. Saw ESG on the north side of the map. They're actually traversing down from Central Command over the bridge now towards center. Q9 still on the other bridge over at Horizontal Test Workshop, basically on the extraction point right now, whereas MG's just been hanging out right here. Black Chamber.
I want to point out, by the way, for Inc., they do break away to dormitory. Pretty big, and the reason why that is big, staying alive, honestly, is the play at the moment. They're not going to take priority over the Mando break. If they can stay alive long enough and enough bodies drop, let's say it ends up like map number 2, they could steal it for themselves, but it's still going to be far-fetched.
It's also a decoding station. Nobody knows necessarily that Inc. is up there. If somebody grabs this brick, here they go, Mando break addiction. They try to clear as much of a path as they can. End up being completely uncontested. Does look like ESG has sent some front man up. Q9 actually had an angle from the low side. NBA a little bit trapped in the middle of the map, but they should be able to get out no problem. I say no problem. ESG is waiting on the other side, so.
Right.
The question is really, where do you go from here? Got to get indoors if you can, but they, oh my gosh, DT is hunting these guys.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's incredible. We witnessed him earlier.
Oh no,
Imagine
oh
DT,
no, oh
see ya
no.
later. NBA's chances of decoding the Mando brick gone in the blink of an eye. You said DT was on the hunt. ESG mows him down, but hold up a second. The AWM from a distance will drop Fu Zhang.
All exits from the center of the map, all entrances to any of these buildings were covered by ESG. A perfect trap. But what they didn't count on is that Q9 and Mo had a couple more rounds of the AWM. One goes down. They were able to get the revive, though. But the Mando brick stays on the ground for now.
Q9 want this.
Over the
Q9
top!
want this. That's one. The second will hold off. That's DT. Maybe revenge. Revenge for the 1v3 opportunity that
He's
Mo
low,
had
he's
just a
out.
little bit earlier. Like you said, he's out. But he'll have to stay alive as a solo for the time being.
Lee Yoon on the long side. This Mando brick getting more ground time than we've ever seen in this competition. The stakes couldn't be higher, and because of it, the strategies more intense and yielding more results. Q9 with priority position over the brick on the ground. They don't know where Lee Yoon is.
Oh my gosh.
They're gonna loot some bodies. They're gonna get the brick, and they're gonna try again. Q9 with the brick. Go on the run.
Oh, this is scary.
Which decoding station do they go for?
Onigiri. Slinking up, kills off from a distance. There's Zeke. Once again, they went up north. They were at dormitory at the decoding station. They kind of realized it's not going up there. Too strong. Inc. goes in. They're setting up to potentially third, fourth party this fight for the Mando brick. They know their numbers are low. They can't make a full frontal push for the Mando brick themselves, so they're going to have to still it away at the proper time.
Too easy is the player out for this squad. He's the one that usually keeps them chill. Not chill here for Q9. Q9 in trouble. Look who it is. It's MG finally getting involved. Envy actually not only gets a knock, but a full on Gior. There's a decent chance that this Mando brick could refresh one more time.
Be the first in your time.
Ever that I've casted over in any of our Western competitions. This has never happened if it does refresh again.
And it might get burned. I mean, come on. At this point, 7 minutes and 36 seconds remaining whenever it comes to this overall match time. Teams not fully committing for the Mando brick. They can't. They're getting mowed down every time they do. It's happened now twice.
Centrifuge is off the table if you're Q9. They're going to get a full res here if they can. MG trying to play a little bit more aggressive and take control and take the space in the center of the map. With Centrifuge kind of off the table, I think Q9's going to get the revive here and maybe actually try to head indoors to Black Chamber before this timer hits 0.
Oh.
MG is getting aggressive, though.
Oh, yes, they are.
We called them the looters.
Right.
Sometimes they know when to put the pedal to the metal. They no longer hear the revive pings. They know that there's a full team of 3 inside. They know they actually can't open this door anymore. They were a hair too slow.
Q9 starts to rotate back, distance themselves from MG. Rotating out, they successfully get away. MG's going to stay on where they're currently at. The fight shouldn't happen Anytime soon. And they're going to have to. A minute left. They still have plenty of time. And they should definitely get this down. So what's at stake here? What's at play? Well, ESG still has Liu Young left. Inc has 2. Q9's going to have all 3. And MG is going to be the closest team to challenge. Finally, the decoding process will start. Time of the essence. Q9, for the 3rd time in Grand Finals, is going to have the opportunity to decode a Mandelbrick. They've fallen short twice. Is 3rd time a charm?
Really important fact. This will be the first time that the game clock may come into play. It does not now, but if this gets stolen a couple times, if the Mandelbrick decoding timer is longer than the game clock, no one will get the brick. We've seen solos go in, try to steal the brick at risk of losing their lives just to reset the brick, just so no one else gets the brick. Could come into play here depending on the way this goes. MG, full team of 3. 9, full team. ESG's goal, prevent the brick. They don't need to get it. Watch out for that last remaining player on ESG. Looking to be a bit of a disruptor.
Liu from ESG's made plays before. Like you said, disruptor. Oh, it'd be phenomenal if he's able to steal it by himself as a solo. It's possible, depending on how these 3v3s end up unfolding. MG versus Q9.
Each steal reduces the original timer by 3 seconds. It doesn't even matter about a timer, though, when Q9's shooting like that. Mo hits his shots again. Onigiri down. Q9 still in full control.
Q9 in full control. AWM so instrumental as Mo continues to hit shot after shot. Onigiri full down.
Huge cleanup.
And K1TE is repositioning onto Envy.
Onigiri almost crawled to safety. A nice cleanup and Envy in trouble. Smoking and running and maybe trying to play a bit aggressive. And even the Tide, they could play for this, but PKM hits like a dang truck.
Envy repositions, Bonnie on the outside. They can't just push straight in. Guar's got the line of sight locked in, but they have to make an attempt.
Keep your mini-map. Look at those gray dots. Inc is coming to get involved in the party eventually. It's just a matter of when. They know they can't go too slow. They could end the tournament here. Watch those gray dots while we watch the fight on our screen.
There's also value, though, in letting the Mandelbrick get burned. The reason why is because it keeps ESG with the Mandelbrick place most likely, but that's not what they want. They want to go for gold. Mo, nice shots. Body's going to drop. MG down to 1.
Mo is unstoppable. Going for maybe the revive here shortly, but there's just no chance. Those bodies are wide out in the open. It's going to be a 3v1. They're going to jump this, and they're going to wipe MG. MG is out of here. Q9, a full team of 3. Inc, a duo. ESG, a solo. And Q9 with 60 seconds on the clock. Now hear this when I say it.
Oh my lord.
If Liyun gets the double here, it will be a 1v3. If this Mandelbrick gets stolen, there will likely not be enough time on the game clock for anybody to get it. A steal nets nothing.
Liyun sets the trap. Question is, when do you want to spring it? When do you want to take down Killzall? When do you want to challenge Baby B? It's only good 9. If that fight ends up happening, 30 seconds left. Killzall. Go up. That's going to be Mo. The Grim Reaper so many times. He takes damage, 20 seconds left. Inc continues to pressure.
ESG only plays for this if this brick gets stolen. He can play patient. He wants Q9 to get it. He just can't allow Inc to get it. 10 seconds counting. We gotta keep eyes on the brick, and here's the eyes. Dior first here. He's gonna play aggressive. They've got 2 on point, but they gotta get on the point, and they've got the trap. Q9, perfect setup. Perfect execution. All advantages go their way. And Taylor, we are going to round 6. Job is not done for any of these teams.
For the first time on land, we will see a 6th and final map. The final Space City, the final opportunity to championship. 3 teams with a Mandelbrick now. Inc, ESG, both teams coming from the location of China. The other, the outsider from North America, we're talking Inc, the roller coaster team.
If
anything is possible.
If any of those 3 teams obviously get this next brick in round 6, that's it, they win. There is a chance that we could see 4 teams with the Mantle Brick, pending the way this last round goes. No one is out of this fight yet. This is best case scenario for every single team besides the 2 that already had the brick. If you're FN, if you're NBA, if you're MG, you're excited about this result given what's happened to your team on this map.
After this, we need to pay close attention. I want you all in chat to also pay very close attention, maybe even screenshot it. The assets gained.
But you can
well, you can look now, but that might come into play.
Yeah.
In the next Mantle Brick, if they, of course, as you said, if 4 teams get the Mantle Brick, that would be crazy. The assets, which, by the way, would be one of the first time, actually the first time on land that's come to fruition.
Yeah, and I want us to take a look at the left-hand side of our screen right now because there's only 1 team left, and they're trying to do what they can to get out of the map. They weren't able to get there in time, so because of that, you're not going to actually see Q9 extract in time, which is actually best-case scenario for everybody else involved, especially those that do have a Mantle Brick. Obviously, best round goes to Q9. Obviously, they have a fantastic rep. They get their brick. They're going to be a top 3 team, but losing out on a ton of loot value is gigantic. Reminder what this said a moment ago. They were at 30 mil. That is overall. That is our total assets now on the left-hand side. They were at 30 mil that they could have maybe made it out with, but because the fight took so long, they couldn't get to the extraction in time. They will lose out on a sizable amount of cash, and therefore the top 3 leaderboard is going to be a lot closer than it could have been. Q9, a fantastic rep. It's not perfect, but it absolutely put them inside the top 3, if not in first. This is making out to be one of the best of 6s we've ever seen.
The only best of 6 on land. The only best of 6 that goes to map 6. Grand Finals giving us everything we could possibly want. So many locations representing so many clutch moments, so many opportunities to catch a victory yet falling short. Others finding victory. Q9 tried to decode a Mantle Brick 2 times, but as they say, the 3rd time's a charm. Q9 finally get it for themselves, and they might have even taken over in the assets race. They could be in first place.
Yeah, they absolutely could be. Luckily for everybody else, it's not going to be by a gigantic margin because they don't extract. They probably lose out on, I'd guess, somewhere, if they were at 30 mil, not extracting, I bet they're going to be at somewhere around like 25, 26 mil in total. Yes, their gear was expensive. They also get some round compensations based on kills. I'd expect them to see them around 26, maybe even 27 mil overall. The other teams, though, with the Mantle Bricks, they're still going to be above 20 mil 100%.
Insane. And we wouldn't have it any other way at the first ever Delta Force Invitational here in 2025. The opportunity to grow for gold, the opportunity to grab the first ever championship is here. The question is, who wants it the most? We also have $500,000 up for grabs. Such a historic moment. I can't stop smiling. This event has just absolutely been wonderful. Happy to be here, obviously, with you guys.
Yeah,
I mean, come on, this has just been great. Operations, phenomenal. Nail biters all the way through. I mean, this is the 8th best of, the 7th best of 6 that we've gone through to get to this very stage, and it's just great. Now, Fallen, for example, I do want to say, by the way, Fallen, they do not have a Mantle Brick, but a chance to at least, get 3rd place or 4th place, I would say.
Well,
It's still an opportunity.
I think that is the big question mark, and I'm excited to see this total leaderboard because that's where we can actually start doing some math and do the classic Taylor what-ifs, because it is important to do them with some of these teams that don't have a Mantle Brick, because you're right. Now, if you don't have a Mantle Brick, you have to get the Mantle Brick, sure, to even be in the conversation, but then it comes down to loot value.
Yeah.
And a lot of these teams near the bottom of the leaderboard don't have anywhere near 20 mil right now. So you're 100% right. Getting this Mantle Brick does not mean that you are winning if a 4th team picks it up. However, if one of our top 3 teams does pick up this Mantle Brick, we're done. That is it. They win the tournament.
Yeah.
The other thing that we got to remember, we haven't seen on land, we're saying this over and over, this is the last round no matter what. I don't care if it's a team getting 2 bricks.
We don't get any more.
I don't care if there's a chance nobody could get this brick. It doesn't matter. This is the last round.
Right.
So these teams are going to be doing a lot of what-if calculations. These teams are going to be doing a lot of math in their own heads trying to figure out what's the right thing to do, because the right thing to do will change as this map evolves. Keep that in mind. We'll try to keep you involved on what this map could look like, but they're going to do the math behind the scenes so we can peep the leaderboard before we get started.
I'm going to tell you this right now. The math is only going to matter for the assets in terms of second place. There's no way we get a fourth Mandel break.
Okay.
No way. You like my what ifs, the Taylor what ifs. I'm going to give you one. Hey,
you've been right so far, to be honest.
I'm telling you, I've been doing this a long time. Not necessarily Delta Force per se. You've been doing that longer than me, but I've been in esports 13 years. I'm telling you right now, the Mandel break is going to go either to Inc., ESG, or Q9. There's no other way.
Okay.
There is no other way. So it's one of those three. Chat, you have a decision. Who are you picking? I think at this point, Chat's kind of, at least moved on from Fallen and into Inc. Now, I will say, though, Q9 gets a lot of love, and a large reason for that is because of Mo. Like, Mo has stolen the hearts of our chat, too, and rightly so. Mo is just a phenomenal player. But I don't know who's going to take it, and I'm going to tell you what, I'm not even going to give my prediction because I'm not going to cast or curse it in any way. I want this to fall as it does, and the competitors to get what they want.
I love
it's not up to me.
Yeah, you're doing all these predictions, but the one you won't do is
I will not say a team.
All right, fair enough.
And that's very rare, by the way. I always full send for a team. I won't do it this time.
So here's the thing for me. I will absolutely say a team, okay? I'm saying we are getting 4. I think there is going to be a 4th team that picks up this Mandel break. They have nothing to lose. They're going to play with an utter confidence because they have to.
Okay.
There is no other choice.
Okay.
I think Mandel break addiction gets this brick. I think NBA is going to join the likes of everybody else inside the leaderboard. But I don't know if they win. They probably don't because of loot value right now. But I think they get a Mandel break. And for the first time, we will have 4 teams with our Mandel bricks at the end of 6 games. We only have 4 Mandel brick rounds. Every Mandel brick has been picked up by a different team. That's my prediction, and I think it's NBA.
Well, you know what? I have to fully agree with that. I think if you had, no, I do. If you had to choose, I love you too, man. If you had to choose between NBA, MG, or Fallen, I believe NBA would definitely be the best pick in my mind.
Okay.
MG though did put up a wonderful fight that last game, mind you. Tremendous fight, but if they didn't get their head taken down by an AWM with Mo, who knows how that push ended up unfolding. But no, I would not dare say one of the top 3 teams who's going to get the. I love no brick. Okay, I'm going to give. We take a look at our hot. It was like 7 minutes left. It was just exciting all the way to the end. It was a bit of a chess match, truthfully, but it was Guar opening up wide. The matchup for themselves. Mo as well has to be the MVP. I don't see anyone else taking it.
Yeah, and Q9 not only did a fantastic job getting the break, but this moment right here was insane. Obviously, ESG, that is one of the most perfect traps I've ever seen around a Mandel brick spawn, but unfortunately, Mo be different, Q9 be different. They hit the AWM shots. The fact that they had a couple extra AWM rounds left is insane, and he got crazy value from it too. This Q9 roster is unstoppable when they've got momentum, and they had momentum the entirety of this map. Pick up all of MG, pick up all of Inc. This was crazy to watch, and frankly, sometimes when you get the Mandel break, the rest of the things you did on the map are overshadowed. You gotta remember, Q9 got so many kills. Maybe the most kills we've ever seen in a round, at least here in the land.
That'd be more than 9. Have to be more than 9, right? There's been 2 teams who have managed to get 9. That's Mandel Brick Addiction from day number 1, and then ESG from a couple of games ago. So will they surpass that? Will we hit number 10? Well, it's very possible, and that's a lot of money where it matters most. A lot of Technique alloy that might come into play if a 4th Mandel Brick is picked up. So assets are going to matter going into this game number 6. The final game, we don't get tiebreakers. We don't get another game played because there is a tie in the Mandel Bricks category. No, we don't. We just decided based upon assets. It's all or nothing at this point. There are no second chances. Everyone only gets one more.
Only gets one more map, man. Space City, right around the corner. Got a couple more things to wrap up before we go there. We've talked a lot about what-ifs. We've talked about what this team could do, what that team could do. If you're a team at the bottom of the leaderboard, you have to play for a brick. There's no question about it. However, if you want a chance to win this thing, you also have to get a brick and get a ton of loot value. One of the ways to do that is kill everybody, loot their bodies, and get out. For the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard that don't have a Mandel brick, it's 3-3 right now. is split in half. Those 3 teams, they have to be perfect if they want to win this tournament. Well, the teams at the top, they do not have to be perfect. They just have to get the brick. As has been said, rules are very, at this point, if you don't know what's going on, I don't know where the heck you've been, man. We've been doing this for a long time, and it's been so much fun. The crowd has been electric throughout the entire course of the day, and we're about to wrap up right here, right now. Now, one of the other things we got to remember is I don't think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think Q9 has any more AWM ammo, and they did not extract. So they don't have the weapon, they don't have the ammo. I don't think they can get it any other way. They burnt it all up.
Right.
So it's going to be a fairly even playing field coming in for the most part. So I turn the question actually to another what if before we head down to the stage, and that is how much cash should you bring in? How expensive should you? It's a risky, extremely heavy into the category, like kitting everything out you could possibly kit out.
I'll give you my answer.
And you go down.
Yeah. Let me give you my answer. You can't play for second. You cannot play for second in this moment. I don't care. And look, if this was maybe the second, third, fourth Delta Force Invitational, okay, maybe play for second.
There's
maybe be happy with. There's a lot of money. No, there is. And again, that's that conversation we had at the very start of the show. You know, now you got to weigh your pros and cons. Are you satisfied with a second or third place finish, securing that bulk of money? And make no mistake, I'm not downplaying it. That is a lot of money that can be earned, all right? A ton, in fact, more than we're even making coming over here, right? Significantly, okay? By a mile, okay? So something to think about. I'll answer it more in just a second. Let's listen into the comms for the winning moment.
头上
小心一点，小心一点。
中脚还有，中脚给的大。这里，脚下铁梯倒的，脚下铁梯倒的，铁梯就俩，铁梯就俩，铁梯就2个。
我开大了，铁梯有一个，铁梯有一个，上了一个。你们压他，你们压他。
站满。
好炸。好香。
哪倒哪倒。
脚下脚下还在脚下，脚下最后一个。站满站满站满站满。
倒倒倒。
剩一个中脚的了，补了。来3星，我放砖。
好。秀头。
做好位置。
我们怎么踩？烟已经死了。中间外面来了。
外面来了个。
对。
他们可能要拉。
赶紧黄板，赶紧黄板。
倒，对点倒。
黄板有火，黄板有火，帮不了。
就一个了，就一个了，外城。
我知道。
不一定，不一定，不一定，不一定。
右手卷帘。我脸上把他抓了。
抓住！
回去。快回去，快别点包，别点包。
别舔包，别舔包。
换了个脚，换了个脚，我脚烂完了。拔不了，拔不了。
OK，
我硬手。
换兵了。
别打！八排，
我拿果盘，我拿果盘，我拿果盘，我拿果盘，我拿果盘，
拿果盘，拿果盘。速8果盘，速8果盘，把果盘再张里，
我知道，我知道，
啥都掏起来。
我知道。
我看2分钟够8，够8，2分钟速8。
我扣裆一个牌子。
哦，铁梯，铁梯，铁梯。
我知道，我知道。
铁梯。
我去趟蓝市看一眼。
可以，可以。
我全撇了。
全撇了，撇了。然后下把，这是第几把？第5把吧？
对。
你们附装了吗？
附了，
都附了，都附了。
我吃老太，我吃老太，我吃老太。
吃。这全牌子都没抠呢。
蓝是没牌子好像。
兄弟牌子呢，兄弟。
他们扣。
OK， 3个牌子，兄弟。
Solid communication across the board as per the usual, Taylor. The thing that I love about those, obviously you don't understand all the language that they're speaking, and frankly, even if we did, sometimes you can't understand some of these teams when things are going insane. The thing we always understand, though, is the celebration when they get the man of the man. And the crowd noise included in those comms is so sick because their mics are going to pick it up. It's loud in here.
That's right, that's right. And by the way, chat was asking about the assets and how close it is. We're about to find out in just a second, but I love the crowd. The crowd is been electric. You've also been poetic. Game 6, 3 teams with a Mandel brick. It couldn't get any better than this at the first ever Delta Force Invitational. Now, bringing up the past conversation, how much loot do you bring in? Again, I'm going to say it right here and now. You don't play for second place. This is the first chance to ever become the first ever Delta Force Invitational champion. You don't get that ever again. You've got to fully commit for it. Bring the loot in. If you fall down second, third, fourth place, it is what it is. Again, a lot of money on the line, but I highly, highly doubt that Inc., ESG, or Q9 isn't going to bring in everything they possibly can to secure the next Mandalorian.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good shot. It's either go big or go home at this point. Obviously, there is a breakdown of pricing, but the key is to be the champion. And from that, totally go big or go home, and you figure it out. Hey, we've seen this time and time again that when you go in with lower gear, you can be punished for it. We, of course, see it in some of the earlier rounds. In these late rounds, even teams at the bottom of the leaderboard can go in with just about everything they could possibly want. There's not really, you're never going to be fully price gated towards the end of these competitions, especially when you get to round 6s, just because of the compensation. And we do have several ways to get money. We've been talking about them all day. Yes, kills, that's the main one. But also, like, those ID tags, you saw the players. I know some people in chat have asked this question, like, why are they taking ID tags? They're not very expensive. They are in our tournament server. Those scale up in pricing. I think they start at 50K a pop, and then later rounds, they'll get up into hundreds of thousands. So they are very expensive to take out. It's worth putting in your safe box, especially because they're one slotters. So keep that in mind. But the other ways you can earn money, there's per round competition. There's also loser compensation. There's also like, oh, you haven't extracted 4 times in a row? Well, you're going to get a little extra money at the end of the round. So no one's broke. Everybody can bring in what they want. But bringing in really expensive gear does give you a chance to drop down this leaderboard by a couple places with how close some of these numbers can be. So we're about to show that leaderboard once it's finalized. I think they're triple checking everything behind the scenes because, I mean, honestly, I'd quadruple check everything behind the scenes with how close everything is right now. Yeah. I'm really excited to see those stats. But Taylor, I know you were wanted to talk about one more thing before we get started. Well, this is the last map on Space City, no matter what.
That's the last map in general.
Grand
Finals. I mean, there is no other map, right? This is all or nothing. No, I wanted to just reiterate your points about, bringing in the loot and how far you can drop down. A great example of that is STS. Even in our final match just yesterday, STS was well within their rights to place top 2, especially with Inc. getting both Mando bricks in round 4. All STS needed to do was just hold on to the loot that they had and extract, but they fell short. And the reason why they fell short is because Inc. ended up hunting them down over on the Rocket site and taking them out. Because of that, they dropped down from second place like 4th or 5th, and MG was able to rise up because they got one player out, which was Bonnie. So that's how severe it can be. And I want to reiterate, like, STS had like a 10 mil lead over that of MG. That's how severe their drop was. So even though you come in second place, if you're willing to bring all that equipment in, you do run the risk of losing and dropping down quite significantly. But again, you only get one shot to be the first ever Delta Force Invitational champion. Regardless, 3.6 mil going to the way of Q9 on top of their round earnings. But the most important thing, they get the Mando brick decoded.
Yeah, and also nobody else got hardly anything from that map. Everybody else died. The only person, I think, to actually extract was that single player from ESG, and all they did was prevent losing a lot of that gear that they had brought in. So keep that in mind, too. Like, a lot of people are not going to gain anything here. ESG did prevent some loss overall. That is calculated here in our round earnings, though, I believe. So you're seeing numbers, but not a lot of movement on the leaderboard besides this team right here. 9 kills is 3.6 mil, folks. They are going to jump up a ton of value. They're going to jump up like 6+ mil here, a little over 6 mil because of those operator kills and the Mantle Brick, a little extra cash there as well, 400K for getting the Mantle Brick. But Gior, Mo, K1, obviously the best team of the match. Here is your round MVP, K1 DE, hitting his shots, man. 4 kills, a 4 KD, and almost 600 damage. My GOAT, K1.
That's right. And you know what? That comes to show you how strong K1 DE is because you think back to Mo and how many shots he was hitting with the AWM. We highlighted him so many times, yet K1 DE turns out to be the round MVP.
Yeah, and that is the other thing to remember too. Mo started with the AWM in that last round. K1 actually ended with it, so K1 was hitting a lot of those shots. Here's a look though, folks. You've been asking for it. We had to quadruple check it, and this is official. And it's in order. Q9, at the top after that last round. And because of that last round, 3.5 million, 3.48 to be exact, separate ESG and Q9. That sounds like a lot. It is not that much when you consider if a team does not extract that money, they will lose because of it. A very close leaderboard. But look at our spawns here, Taylor. Inc. and Fallen cannot have prio spawns going into round 6.
Normally, I would say that's pretty devastating. However, in this moment, at least with the epic battles we see for the Mandelbricks, I don't think it's necessarily that devastating. But it does distinctly put ESG, ESG, Q9 in a distinct, advantageous position, which is going to matter and play here. I mean, but again, there's just no way. This is no longer the qualifiers. We have seen epic battles for the side of the Mandelbrick.
Here's the thing about that leaderboard that is so important as we are getting into the game, folks. The music, the players on stage, it means we are about to get started. The thing about that leaderboard that we got to remember is that FN and NBA, our 2 EU teams, are at the bottom, and they have basically no money. They essentially, not 100%, but like 99% cannot win this competition. If they get a Mandelbrick and get almost, they would have to get a 20 mil plus round.
Right.
It is possible, we have seen it, but not on land, and it is very improbable. I am looking at the teams of the Mandelbrick already to win this competition, and MG, a little bit more reasonable, would need a 13 mil game and the Mandelbrick in order to secure a victory. Keep that in mind as we get into this competition. There's a lot at stake, and the tournament does not end when that Mandelbrick is captured. We may have a champion, but the rest of this leaderboard could be very, very volatile.
There's still $500,000 on the line. Champion is one thing, but second place still nets you quite a bit of money. Potentially life-changing for some of these competitors. Chat, this is your final opportunity to get your predictions in. So start getting them in. Who do you think's going to take it? You look at the map rotation. All 5 maps are grayed out besides one. Round number 6. Space City once again for the Mandelbrick. The final opportunity to submit your name in the destiny of Delta Force Invitational. Who wants to be the first ever champion? You have to grab this moment. You have to own it. It's up to the competitors to decide if they want it or if they want to fall short.
Space City, you know it, you love it or you hate it, I don't care, we're on it. And there's a Mandelbrick spawning in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The map has started, the players are in. Let's take a look at the spawns. It's ESG and Q9 with prio spawns. ESG, Q9, 2 teams with the Mandelbrick sprinting for the brick, and they will get there first. The only other team that is on match point is Inc., and they get Water Tank, and NBA are sprinting at them on the right-hand side of the map from Assembly. A fight potentially happening at a weird angle on the right. But on screen, we got MG from distance trying to connect with sniper shots.
He's trying his best, isn't he? We've seen teams, the Mandelbrick, all fully wiped quickly. That would be devastating, given that there's no more second chances. This is it. This is the only opportunity all 6 rosters have.
Q9 taking over Centrifuge. ESG taking over Test. Inc. has come around, but still on the bridge near their spawn. They will likely come in late to the party. We also notice that FN is not moving towards the Mandelbrick immediately. MG, already taken off that. Delta Force doesn't get the last laugh.
I'm out here getting a little too antsy, Coach. I'm saying, I'm looking up top right, I'm thinking, who dropped?
I love it.
How could I not be, though? Such a big moment.
Really important note already, though, and oh, thank you, production. I love it. Everybody look at Inc. right now. They are not bringing in gold gear. They have elected to go a little bit cheaper to save some of their cash. They had plenty to spend, but they know this is a loot game potentially as well. They have saved some money. Let's see if it comes back to bite them.
Also a Tempest for too easy. I believe the first time
Skydie.
we have witnessed Inc. run a Tempest, but they have no choice. They burned their Ulurus a little bit earlier. But you're right, Skydie with the Tempest is big because of the fact that he loves running Tempest and he finds so much success with it.
Yeah, Q9, by the way, exact same story as Inc. They go purple, ESG goes gold. ESG going to have a gear advantage slightly. However, we all know that everybody now with gold ammo, it's not going to matter too much. It may be the difference maker. We've seen players live with a single HP. We've got Mo, sniper in hand again.
There it is. Mando breaks up for grabs. Do we got any quick picks? Does anybody full send it? Talk about nerve-wracking to fully commit at this moment, to fall. Something that happened a little bit earlier. You go back to map 5. Inc. took priority. They got the Mando brick in their hands, but they didn't get away. One was mowed down, and they had to go at it with just 2 players. Granted, they put a wonderful effort towards the very end, but they fell short.
Quick look at the map. Just going to put it on your mini-map. You can see it now on big screen. Inc. has made it to Black Chamber. As expected, NBA has taken over the bottom right-hand side of the map near water tank and now over to the bridge. There's pretty traditional rotations for each of these teams. FN electing to stay in Central Command. I wonder what their strategy is. Loot up, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what they do. Just play patient and wait for somebody to start the decode and then figure out where to go. They obviously could have eyes on the employee passage decoding station, which you can see on your screen. Of course, there's a dormitory decoding station that's a hair off your screen, but you don't see people go up there that often.
There is a world where the Mando brick gets burnt, and then it comes down to the top 3 teams in assets, Q9, ESG, and Inc., and it's already as close as it is. I mean, it could be anybody's game.
What if Taylor strikes again? I love it. Hypotheses, left, right, and center. All that matters now is execution. Inc. may be first to the brick. They're going to be playing the low side from Black Chamber. ESG playing patient as well. Nobody wanting to make the first move. 9 setting up a trap around Centrifuge. They've actually got one over by Buoyancy as well. Based on what we can tell on the map, Inc. Thought they were playing low. They're not. They're actually up above, hitting these safes. Should find some decent loot. They know it as well, Taylor. We talk about the what-ifs. Inc. is thinking about all of them as well. They've got a good coach that's behind them. These players know it too, that loot is going to be incredibly important. It could be everything.
Imagine a key card in this moment.
Yeah, pull the 5.5 mil. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
If you
I got
pull,
excited.
yeah, I mean that would have been nasty.
Gotta check. When this thing starts spinning, dude, my heart rate goes through the roof. Not bad. I think production's thinking the same as us. We want to see it. On the left-hand side of your screen, while they're doing this, that's total assets. That's going to be our leaderboard. That leaderboard is not final. It does not calculate all of the kills. It does not calculate every single way you can earn money, but it is current outside of it. So it will give us a lot, but it will not give us everything. So don't take that as the truth at the end of this competition if it does come down to assets, but it should be your guide to figure out what the stakes are. A game of chicken.
You could feel the pressure. You could feel the tension. Everyone's so slow on the move. Nobody wants to overexpose themselves. Potentially taking additional damage, potentially dropping. No one wants to be the first one on their team down. Potentially solidifying their loss. 13 minutes left, still plenty of time. Who makes the first move?
If I'm FN, this is the play. You don't have to play for the brick. Not immediately. You play insanely slow. kills help, but looting these bodies will help the most if you want to jump up this leaderboard. They are completely out of the race right now. They will need to basically come play cleanup, get the brick, and loot every single body. So they are going to wait until somebody else makes the move. And these other teams may be thinking the same. Mana Brick Addiction in the exact same position.
It's your team.
And they are at the bottom of the map, now skating towards what could be an entrance towards Ink maybe over in Black Chamber. It's probably the easiest route if they want to go that way. Could try to go up ramp. They'd be met by Gior from Q9.
I can't stand it.
What?
Somebody needs to touch the Mandel brick.
Taylor's stressing in the booth, man.
I'm sweating. Somebody make a move, man. I understand. I mean, make no mistake about it, though. I understand why nobody wants to go for it just yet. Especially if you're Q9, ESG, and Inc. I mean, you're so close to becoming a champion. So it might be these outskirt teams, NBA, FN, MG, who says enough is enough, we're going for it. But as of now, probably got another several minutes before anybody moves forward. NBA, though, is starting to come up to the north.
Again, the look at the map. The only real thing that's slightly changed, MG maybe slightly more forward position on employee passage. They've kind of been here a while, though. Everything else is the exact same. Q9 is just kind of dancing around in a pretty powerful position. Gonna smoke it and see if anybody takes shots towards it. The Luru missile as well, I believe, from Q9.
I think NBA is going to be our team to work their way up and go for the Mandel brick. I mean, quite literally nothing to lose goes. They're in last place.
Here we go.
Yep, they're going for it. Why not? Commit everything for it.
Skydie's on Tempest. Could go here, make a move. HR finds an angle from distance. Mo finds one on Skydie. Skydie running Tempest, couldn't quite get there, and we get to see it from the bird's eye view instead. Unfortunately, the Tempest could not retract in time. Mana Brick Addiction had nothing to lose. Unfortunately, they lose almost everything. One goes down, and there they go.
You can't blame them. You can't blame them. You might want to try and be critical, but NBA, they had to go for something.
Really big kills, though, from Inc. Inc. picking up those eliminations is massive for them. Reminder, that's a lot of money exchanging hands, but in the chaos, in Inc. backing up and reloading, Q9 says, thank you very much. I will take the Mana Brick. We just needed somebody else to make the first move. Mana Brick Addiction.
Okay.
They were tired of waiting around, and because of it, they get punished, but it does open the floodgates for somebody else to make the move.
The question is, where do they take it? Where do they send it to? Where do they start the decoding process at? Well, looks like it's going to be right here, the good old tried and true, where everybody decides to fight it. Now, the good thing is for Q9, they do have the ramp. They've got it locked down.
This is the power position of a T1 spawn. This is the power position, especially of the spawn they got. Getting to Centrifuge first allows you to take control of not only a position to get the brick, but also a position to put it into a decoding station immediately. They have full control over the outside area of Buoyancy, and now it's a waiting game. Who's going to try to chow on ramp? Who's going to try to chow on boxes on the other side of the CEO office? And what the heck is Fallen going to do? Up in Central Command. But looting on main for now. And oh my gosh, I guess Fallen's dying is what it is.
Yep.
They weren't expecting another team to play as slow as they were. MG has been sitting here in the employee passage for the entire map, essentially. And because of that, they've punished one. HR down and Flarich follows. Flarich, I think, thought maybe he could get around this box, but unfortunately, with two down, our two EU teams, man, they started so hot. EU was on top for so long. And wow, have the mighty Fallen. EU in deep trouble. EU at risk of getting 5th and 6th in the final.
Surprisingly, too, because they came in looking so very strong. Ibishka from a distance. The more teams that drop, the more players that are eliminated, the less of an opportunity for a third party. Q9's happy with this. 2 minutes and 25 seconds away from becoming the first ever Delta Force Invitational champion. Q9 can taste it. Q9 knows this is their moment. The heart rate starts to spike. Can they really do it? The question is there. They have fought so hard, but they can only get so far. ESG sent.
Q9 have the perfect trap. The only thing that could go wrong is they get caught looking the wrong angle. Yours inside the door. He's got the cover from the Uluru build. This AI doesn't know what he's getting into. Guy goes, what's going on around here?
ESG, a chance to steal it!
Shots from Killzall.
But Killzall takes down TT. Eek, they want this, they need this, they've stolen it before. Can North America really win the championship? A lot of questions to be answered and only a minute 20 to decide.
Blood's in the water for Killzall. They did get the revive. Should be able to get the heals. Killzall has an angle, unfortunately can't connect in the blink of an eye.
They need to move.
This is best case scenario for Q9. This is exactly what they wanted. They are executing their plan perfectly, and everybody else is falling into the trap. ESG's having to back off. Ink's trying to push forward to take those fights.
They're doing it.
But now we're running out of daylight, and history is screaming in their heads, you've got to make a move. Don't let it falter again.
Ink is pushing. Killzall wants to make an attempt. He's going on the flank. He's going to try and challenge the ramp. Meanwhile, Yuzbishka is going to take down Envy, but that is inconsequential to the championship. 35 seconds remaining. Killzall knows he needs to commit, but they're backtracking. They're going to take too much time. Q9, they're in prime position to win.
No one is challenging this brick. No one's making the move. ESG, I think you're too late. Ink can't get there in time. The only fight is the one on screen that matters. ESG making a late game move because they have to. 8 seconds and counting, but they're getting cut down from multiple angles. It's MG playing spoiler. It's MG setting up Q9. Q9 will do it. Back to back. Q9 are your Delta Force Invitational World Champions. They've done it. The map is not over, but Q9 can rest easy because they've done everything they needed to do to be the champions.
Well done to Q9. So hard fought. A team that came in as the number 2 seed behind ESG. But by the time they finished the qualifiers, they were the number 1 seed coming into today's competition. They fell short so many times, but they ending up on top. But they're not done. They want to solidify it. They want to continue to slay out. K1DE is making an example of their championship.
Bodies falling everywhere. Q9's trying to style on it. Unfortunately, Mo gets caught in the doorway, and ESG needs these kills, folks. We may have our champion, but the rest of this map is not done yet. Every kill, every body you loot, every ID tag matters when it comes to our leaderboard. There is $500,000 on the line, but it is not winner takes all. Our champions Q9 are off the map. They've been sent to the lobby to celebrate. ESG though, they want second place. China wants to be on top, but MG wipes ESG. ESG lose a lot of loot value. There is an opportunity for MG to sneak in.
Potentially the final fight, baby. B to solidify second place for Ink. A tremendous accomplishment for North America. They'll take it. Remember, $500,000 still on the line. Second place could be massive. Shutting down MG in this moment, being the last members on the map. A massive accomplishment for the first ever Delta Force Invitational. And they're on the run. Envy trying to distance himself. He stands behind a barrier. But Baby B Killzall start to move in. Envy takes the shots, makes the connection. It's a 1v1.
It doesn't have to be. Killzall can crawl away. Envy has to repair, reload, and they get the revive. It's going to be a 1v2, but he knows one's weak, and this is where Toxic can be a huge difference maker. Goes pushing in, but gets met by 2 barrels. Inc. has done a fantastic job to clear the map. Inc. has done what they needed. And one thing is for certain, Inc. has at least 1 player out, and those safe boxes are going to be chock full with loot. Take a look on the left-hand side of your screen. Q9 are your champions, but North America are singing the second song. They're playing the second fiddle, and they're going to be wearing silver. There's almost no question about it.
We're okay with that. We're okay with that. What a performance from Inc. to come in as a team, a roster that was put together. Some said haphazardly. Some said maybe, just maybe this roster can't go someplace. Day 1, there was a lot of questions. Day 2, still questions. But we got our answer by the 3rd best of 6. Inc. closed it out. Double Mandelbricks by game 4. They solidified a spot in the finals. Then again, the question remained, how would they do in front of the audience? Baby B, 19 years old. All 3 first time on LAN. But they held their own. And a 2nd place finish. It's very respectable, but Q9, my goodness, the team with the championship. I've been saying it over and over again. Delta Force Invitational, it only happens for the first time, one time. This was it. And Q9 did it. Mo, come on. The guy who got countless 1v3s, 1v2s. Q9. The best operations team in the world.
Yeah, the hometown heroes, now global champions.
What a feeling. What a feeling.
North America, of course, they don't know 100% the math, but what they do know is that they're not making it out of this lobby. And they decided on a thing that was maybe a hair risky. Once the Mandelbrick was decoded, they sent 2 easy out early, and they said, let us protect our score just in case. Didn't end up mattering, but still a good strategy. With 1 out, it did protect some. And with those safe boxes full of ID tags, hundreds of thousands still being earned by these 2 players that will not make it out of the map, the score on the left-hand side is frankly not close at all. Inc. will get 2nd place. Inc. will have a fantastic tournament, but they unfortunately had to be perfect. They started off amazing. They get the first brick. They have the power position. Q9, though, were unstoppable in the late game.
Unstoppable. Well done to every single team that made to this stage, the best in the world that Delta Force has to offer. This isn't the end for those who fell short. This is only the beginning.
Q9 are your champions. Look at their faces, their coach, their team, supporters, everyone staring at Q9. And a round of applause for our champions of the Delta Force Invitational. They weren't perfect, but they were the best, and that is all that matters. The competition they thought maybe would have been easy, champions, but not without an incredibly difficult fight, top to bottom. The competition came down to razor-thin margins. Q9 goes to shake their opposition's hands, to shake the hands of North America first, as North America has achieved 2nd place, but they will make the rounds and shake the hands of all of our competitors.
Mo, K1DE, Guar, fought so hard. From day 1 into day 3 grand finals, Q9 never lost faith. They never gave up. They continued to push each and every time. They fell short for 2 Mandelbricks at the start, but they got the last 2 and secured the championship. You said they weren't perfect, but I think they were the perfect team for this tournament and this moment.
They walked into this stadium as the #1 seed, and they walk out as the #1 seed. They walk into the entire 3-day competition behind ESG, and they walk out ahead of them at the end of the day.
You said it day one. Mo is inevitable, and so is Q9.
Well, they shook their competition's hands, but now it's time for our champions to head down to the stage and raise their trophy high. Q9, your champions of the Delta Force Invitational in 2025.
所有热爱三角洲行动的干员们，让我们用最热烈的掌声、最响亮的欢呼声，再次恭喜秦九战队获得2025烽火世界杯总决赛冠军！
再次恭喜我们的秦九战队，也有请我们的秦九战队面向我们的镜头。把你们的战队名字签署在镜头前方，有请让我们的镜头一起来记录下这样的宝贵的一刻、荣耀的一刻。再次恭喜秦九！
恭喜你们，把荣耀铭刻在赛场之上。现场所有的干员们，让我们一起为冠军再次欢呼吧！
来，现在到了和各位世界冠军对话的时刻了。首先想问一下各位，从烽火杯的舞台来到烽火世界杯的舞台，从亚军变成世界冠军，现在心情到底是什么样的呢？
兴奋。
兴奋2字总结，来把话筒给到身旁。九哥，感觉已经是激动难以用语言表达了吗？
现在很感动，感谢我的3位队友，很感动，拿了这个世界冠军很不容易，只有我们自己知道我们经历了什么。
是，这一路上走来啊，其实有非常多的一些艰辛啊。
是，你们值得。来，我们再来问一下其他的2位小伙伴。
是，想问一下魔，刚才其实教练也有提到啊，这一路上走来，其实经历了非常多的一些困难，能简单和大家分享一下吗？
从我们建队现在应该是2个多月嘛，从打训练赛到现在，就是一开始谁也打不过，就是怎么说呢，就你根本见不到转，可能半路就死了。一路成长到现在，我就进步啊，或者努力啊，就是怎么说熬夜什么的训练没有浪费，努力是有结果的，真是有结果的。
那最后到底是怎么样去克服这些难点的呢？
就一句话，兄弟们想赢。
兄弟们真的想赢，可以看到 Kid 在今天这几局比赛当中啊，真的非常想赢啊。特别是之前啊，有很多的弹幕小伙伴有提到说，哎，秦九要看最后的那3局 ，Kid 是怎么想这件事的？
其实就是前面的状态不好，但调整了嘛。因为我们真的是一个非常擅长打逆风局的队伍，这个逆风对于我们来说就是越难，我们越有劲。当我们拿到砖的那一刻，后面就是我们的主场，
就是秦九的主场啊。那拿下这一个世界冠军之后 ，Kid 最想感谢的人会是谁呢？
其实感谢人真的有很多，着重的感谢 MO 果然389，一个把我招进了队，一个在培养我，然后一个陪伴我，真的我非常感谢他们。
是的，相信自己的队友啊。那同样果然。之前我们在采访当中的时候有提到啊，三角洲行动是勇敢者的游戏。在赛前，教练给你布置了什么样的任务呢？包括你觉得你今天完成了吗？
享受游戏，不要把这当做一个比赛，享受这场游戏。
享受这一个决赛的舞台啊。那想知道在享受比赛的过程当中，会不会个人有一些比较紧张、比较有压力大的时候？
没有，我真的今天一直在享受。
一直在享受，非常放松的一个比赛状态啊。最后我们把话筒给到九哥，怎么评价自己这一帮好兄弟、好队员的表现？
我觉得他们特别强，然后我在这里特别想感谢我的同事文科，因为没有他，我们队伍就没有 MO。MO 是我认为三角洲现在最强的选手。没有之一，他太强了，他叫 MO， 三角洲最强的选手就是 MO， 在我的心里，是他带着这支队伍前行，拿到了这个世界冠军。
是，来 MO 这一番评价有什么话想说的吗？
怎么说呢？我只能说，以后带兄弟们拿更多的世界冠军。
以后带兄弟们拿更多的世界冠军啊！其实也是我想问九哥的下一个问题啊。咱们目前已经攀上了世界杯的顶峰，下一个目标会是什么呢？
我觉得人的一生中最重要的其实并不是凯旋，而是持续奋斗。未来我也看到现在国内训练赛很多俱乐部都非常强，是我们未来非常强劲的对手。流水不争先，真的是滔滔不绝。我希望我们这支队伍能够一直的走下去，一直奋斗，因为三角洲真的是一个特别好的项目，它在蓬勃的发展，我们一定也会在未来持续不断的努力，做到更好的自己。
希望在之后的比赛当中，能够多次看到秦九的身影。秦牵赛场，久战终眠，让我们再次恭喜秦九！
恭喜秦九，在前进的路上，没有人能独自取胜，而秦九在一遍又一遍地告诉我们，这就是团队的力量。享受比赛，享受舞台，秦九战队，你们做到了。那接下来，让我们用最热烈的掌声，一起来有请腾讯天美 J3 工作室总经理 Leo 登台，为冠军战队颁发冠军荣誉奖章。
有请 Leo。此刻，让我们共同见证，这是属于团队的辉煌，更是对胜者的最高嘉奖。
冠军加冕，信念高扬，你们就是最强！
谢谢。接下来有请 Leo 和我们的冠军战队合影留念。来，看着正前方，3、2、1，展示一下奖牌嘛，刚刚拿到的，来，3、2、1，好的，谢谢，再次恭喜，谢谢 Leo。那么接下来我们要揭晓的是今晚最后一个悬念了，他以精准的枪法扭转了战局，以超凡的意识引领了节奏。2025烽火世界杯的 FMVP， 他会是谁呢？他就是 MO 魔，请向前一步。
让我们把掌声给到 FMP 选手魔。
那么接下来时间，我们要有请到一位贵宾，让我们一起有请到的是三角洲行动制作人 Shadow 为 FMVP 颁发荣誉奖杯，有请。
有请。
这份 FMVP 的荣誉是对个人实力卓越表现的认可，荣光加冕，实至名归。
有请 Shadow 和我们的 FMVP 以及我们的冠军战队一同合影留念。
一同合影留念。
好，我们看向镜头前方。
好的，谢谢，谢谢 Shadow， 谢谢，
谢谢。
来了 ，MO， 这个 FMVP 奖杯重吗？
有点沉。
有点沉，你觉得这里面蕴含着什么？
蕴含着我多年的努力吧。我已经拿了很多全冠军了，这是第1个世界冠军。
可以看得出来，魔的经验非常的丰富啊。这个 FMVP 真的是实至名归啊！想问一下，这一路走来啊，有特别多支持秦九的粉丝，包括这个家人也在支持着你嘛？有什么话想对他们说吗？
感谢大家的支持，秦九不会让你们失望的。
秦九不会让你们失望，同时魔永远不会让大家失望。再次恭喜你！
再次恭喜！要感谢每位干员的助威，也要感谢在赛场上拼尽全力的选手以及幕后辛勤付出的战队全员。所以接下来有请秦九战队的成员上台，和冠军一起再次高举起这座象征着至高荣誉的冠军奖杯，有请。
来吧，各位，再次把掌声给到世界冠军秦九。
首届烽火世界杯的全球总冠军属于秦九战队，三角洲行动电竞的故事也仍在书写。明年此时，我们将再度共襄盛举，届时相信失败者将卷土重来，而卫冕者要捍卫荣誉。期待烽火再燃，巅峰无界。与此同时，全面战场全球赛事也即将开战，欢迎各位干员关注。
至此，三角洲行动1周年庆典暨2025烽火世界杯总决赛圆满里程，衷心感谢每一个全力拼搏的选手，也致敬每一位现场以及屏幕前与我们并肩同行的干员。是你们让我们的每一次战术交锋荡起回响，让每一个战斗瞬间饱含温度。
回首这一载，有人从大坝新兵成为航天高手，有人初出茅庐进阶成战区统帅。我们曾谈笑牛角洲行动，高呼天空属于哈夫克，从夺舍翻盘到得吃小曲，这都是落印在我们成长路上的烽火印记。
最后，9月26日，全新战场限定战备周年专属福利，我们等待你的到来。
同时，感谢三角洲行动烽火世界杯官方合作伙伴卓威、雷蛇、傲风电竞椅和 AMD 的大力支持。
各位干员们，9月26号我们不见不散，拜拜。
What an electric finish to an incredible tournament, Taylor. It's all done. We finally made it. A grueling 7 best-of-6s, but an incredible tournament with an amazing champion team. Got a chance to hear from him, of course. And Mo MVP,
That's
come
right.
on.
Couldn't it be anybody else?
A lot of fun, but Taylor, it is time to wrap up the show. Any final words for the broadcast?
I mean, what an event. What an event. We walked into the stadium and we were blown away. But that wasn't the only thing, right? It was the gameplay, too. Thank each and every one of you for being out there and supporting not only this game, but also the players and the teams. Without you, this event wouldn't be what it is. I can't wait to see what the Delta Force future ends up holding.
There's a lot more going on in the Delta Force ecosystem, folks, and don't go anywhere because we may be done here in the stadium, but the developer team has an update about the brand new War Ablaze season. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to this video, but as a reminder for you at home, I'm Coach, this is Taylor, and we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. I am so excited that we get a chance to hear from our developers. Now, last quick update, War Ablaze. It is right around the corner. Brand new content. You're about to hear everything that there is to know about War Ablaze. We've got changes to maps. We've got brand new operators, and we got a ton of things happen. If you're a Warfare fan, you might have been watching Operations and hoping that there was a lot more for you, and there is. We got jets coming to the Warfare scene, Taylor.
That's awesome.
I'm pumped about this.
Yeah, man, I'm not a good pilot, so we'll see how it works out, man. I don't know about you either, but we're going to have to give it our best shot. This is only the start for not only Delta Force Esports, but also just Delta Force in general. The leaps and bounds they've made as a developer, as a game, as a scene, just so quickly. And I see a lot of the comments saying that they're blown away at how quickly we continue to develop. But like I said, this is only the start. I cannot wait to see how far we go. I mean, the sky's the limit.
Well, all right, it's time. Let's get the developers into the stream. Let's hear what they have to say about the War Ablaze season. Thank you for being here. Stay tuned, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hi everyone, and welcome to a very special developer stream. We hope you have enjoyed the grand finale just moments ago. And of course, a big round of cheers and applause for our first world champion of Delta Force. And of course, our team put in a lot of work into today's event, and that is why today's stream is pre-recorded. Not only does this allow us to focus more on the tournament preparations, we can also make sure this whole stream is a little bit more polished for you.
And speaking of polished, so is our console version. Just last month, welcome console players to the Delta Force community. Your passion and energy have been truly incredible, and it's made us even more determined to improve the console experience. We'll be talking about some exciting upcoming improvements for our console players later in the stream.
And as we said, this is a very special stream. Back in September of last year, Delta Force was first launched in the Chinese market. And we are about to celebrate the game's first anniversary on September 26th. It's been an amazing year, gentlemen. So thank you very much, and also to our awesome community.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a great year.
Yeah, That's right. In today's stream, we'll be sharing an outlook of upcoming long-term improvements for Delta Force, from visual and gameplay to quality of life updates, and they will fundamentally improve your overall experience in the game's year 2 journey and beyond. But before all that, we'll introduce a brand new season launching on the 23rd of September, Season War Ablaze.
Despite that some of today's trailers were shared with you before on our social media, you will be possibly surprised. And we have Seth and Kai joining us to provide a deeper look into the new season. And as always, assets from the stream are recorded from an early build, so nothing there is final, and don't forget that we have drops enabled for our viewers on TikTok and Twitch. Plus, we will be doing 3 rounds of awesome code giveaway, so make sure you stay with us until the end of the stream.
It's only my 3rd day here, and once again, my equipment's been dampened by the thick, unshakable fog. The locals told me this used to be a thriving mountain city, until their exiled prince led the wolves in. Havoc built 2 Skynet server bases right here, at the heart of the city. Everyone says they want to save Asara, but the land beneath their feet has been bled dry under their endless salvation.